Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, howdy. Boop. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. Alright, that can all stay there. Analysis. Post PTR analysis. Tier clear. Get rid of those for right now. Whew. Patch notes. Oh, there's some big shit in here. There's a really important call out here. Big call out. The 3.2.0. This is for the PTR. So this is to test out Season 15. The 3.2.0 PTR may have different offerings of features than you're used to, and that's by design. We have more to share at BlizzCon. And we didn't want all that's coming with Season 15 to be available before we get a chance to talk more about it. BlizzCon awaits. This is what the PTR will preview. This is August 4th to August 11th. Let's go ahead and put that in the old calendar, boys. In the calendar. What up, Pep? Upcoming changes. Picking up how you play cross both eternal and seasonal realms. Picking up how you play cross. Okay. I also have to set a reminder for myself. Today, edit 10 p.m. Alarm name. Book flight BlizzCon. Eight hours from now. Great. Okay. How you play cross. The purpose of PTR is to test selection of updates and features before the launch of the next season. The next season is launching right after BlizzCon, I believe. If I had to put it down, right? Because BlizzCon... When did this season start? The season started June 30th. That puts you September 30th. Roughly. BlizzCon is the 12th. So a little bit after BlizzCon? Somewhere around there? What up, Jaws? Including new legacy uniques. New legacy uniques. What the fuck does legacy... New legacy uniques. We'll figure it out later. Uniques that used to exist. That makes sense. Soul Splinters, character rebirth, Herodric post, and more before season 15. We'll make adjustments. Soul Splinters. Can be inserted into jewelry. We're doing hearts again, baby! Dude, I am stoked for seasonal power. I fucking love seasonal power. So we have a rare splinter put into jewelry. Jewelry. Why does it say jewelry on it? Oh, these ones are jewelry splinters. Okay. Huge amount of res. You gain 6% increased gold drop rate, crafting material drop rate, and bonus experience, but you're always weakened and vulnerable. I like that a lot. Killing enemies absorbs a soul. Each soul increases your damage, but increases your damage taken. Stacks but does not refresh. Killing enemies, specifically. We'll have to check to see if that works with killing demons anyways. I like that. You are unhindered. Touching enemies makes you vulnerable. Makes them vulnerable. Abyssal Splinter of the Mother. Greater Splinter of the Black Soul Stone. Huh, okay. New power burns into Sanctuary for you to strike down the legions of the Burning Hells. What the fuck does new power burns in? What? Blazes in? Unique sockables which provide power with a bite. Choose wisely how you integrate these into your build. These can also be upgraded in the Herodric Cube. These sockables provide elemental and physical resistances and can be slotted into jewelry. But why does it say jewelry? Also, this one clearly says all stats. Why are you lying? That's fun. The values provided below scale between the different item quality tiers. Sure. Gain crit chance attack speed, but your primary resource costs are increased. That's fine. What up, Richard? How we doing? Noob? What up, Arian? Are you excited? Are you reading the patch notes? How we doing for Ben Fruit? Splinter of Sin. Maximum health, but your maximum primary resource is reduced by 30. That one's fine. Splinter of Lies, Cold Red. I mean, this one's just very good. Excuse me. You gain increased gold, blah, 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 blah. I find it fun that, like, these are not what's listed here. That's fun. Killing enemies. Boop, 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 boop. Like a unique just older? Oh, like the grand instead of grandfather, it's grandpappy. Damage reduction, but you lose movement speed. This one is insane. Holy. You are unhindered. I don't know what this one's for. Increase damage, but lose 100% crit chance. Every dot build. This is just Lochran. These definitely have to be like, you can only have one of them in, right? Like you can't just put 3 of these in. Killing an elite pack increases monster power. Huh. Challenge dungeons. A new mechanic that would pit across science trade. Note that the encounters you experience here are built specifically to test the underlying system. And the final season 15 experience will feature different content. Challenge dungeons can be entered through portals that open in the Overland, the open world. The Overland? Dude, this localization is fucking crazy. Enter them to fight against a fearsome boss. Okay. In Torment difficulties, you'll be able to choose how difficult you want the fight to be, up to 3 Torment tiers above your current difficulty. Crank up the intensity for even greater rewards. And the underlying... What is the underlying system, though? So the underlying system is an idea of electing into harder difficulty mini dungeons.
Hello, hello. Hope Macro is doing well. How are we looking PTR-wise?
Cat, thank you so much. For 27 months. That is over 2 years at tier 3 support of the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are doing well. I'm very excited. We have new stuff to look at. And you know I get very excited when we have new stuff. Absolutely. Love to you. Thank you so much, Kat. Thank you so much, Kat, for being such a fucking staunch supporter of the silly shit we do here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to everybody who supports the channel. Whatever capacity you're able to. Whether that's subscribing or memberships or just liking videos or just fucking tuning in and hanging out and, I don't know, being in the Discord and being cool. I really appreciate y'all. Thank you. But mostly Cat. Because we have to have favorites. And my love can and will be bought to the highest bidder. Yeah, customizable boss scaling. So like, tormented bosses? I've been asking for tormented bosses again, to be honest. Overland Ambush. Why are we calling it the Overland? A demon in the bush is worth 3 in hell. Look out in the Overland, or you'll get snatched up. While roaming, on rare occasions, a demon will begin hunting. You'll be warned. You are about to become prey and have 30 seconds to flee or fight. This encounter will test the mettle of Sanctuary's strongest warriors. This is a difficult encounter. But what's the reward for beating them? So let's start making like a basic list. General. New socketables for added power with a kiss first mechanic. Do we know how we get them? Mostly built for specializing a build with a powerful option for dot builds in party. particular. New challenge dungeons are testing opt-in difficulty for reward in a currently unknown final form. Open world ambushes by powerful enemies. Ensure what the reward is. How we doing, Jericho? Ten legacy uniques have been uncovered from Sanctuary's distant past. These are drawn from the original Diablo, Diablo 2, and Diablo 3, but instantly recognizable to veteran players. I like that, getting people to buy in. 5 of them will be usable by all classes. 5 will be available to a mix of classes. These are permanent additions. This below shows the slot used, as well as the previous games where they were originally found. We have Leorc's Crown, Nemesis Bracers, Ring of Royal Grandeur, Stone of Jordan, Squirt's Blouse, Squirt's Necklace incorporated into a chest piece. Multiple classes, Ariok's Needle, Henry's Perquisition, Ingium. We already have Ingium. The Furnace, and Messerschmitt's Reaver? I thought we have Ingium. Is that not what what's its fuck is? Leorc's Crown is our example. Oh, we have 3 examples. Original, increase the effect of any non-legendary gem socketed into the helm. The item counts as jewelry and increases the effect of any gem socketed into the helm. Our splinters are seasonal, right? What the fuck is the point of Leorc's Crown? Like, Because this isn't a gem. So what's the point of this? You would never wear a helmet whose unique aspect says you gain more res. You would just put a damage reduction aspect on a helmet. What is the point of this item? Yeah, so the item counting as jewelry means that if you socket a gem into it, you will get resistances instead of stat. This maybe makes more sense with more of the patch notes. What up, Stick? This is a focus that says you gain primary stat equal to 115% of your dex. Also, your dex is increased. Yeah, we have the patch notes. Maybe this makes more sense with the patch notes. This thing, we'll have to do the math. This seems a little bit like nothing. Nemesis bracers. Shrines will spawn an elite pack. I actually like that a lot. Okay. I actually like so everybody. Everybody. Before we go from this point to torches and pitchforks, let me state a bias. I think all uniques need to stop saying skill deals double damage and instead need to say unique things. And it is okay for a unique to offer an alternative build path. Leoric's Crown is hot trash, unless there's something else in these patch notes. I like a thing that says I can put on a unique, and now I can go farm more elites. I like that. I actually think that's sick as fuck. Unironically, not cope. Like, how many times do you get, like, Nightmare Dungeon keys, and it's like, this has channeling shrines, and you're like, so why the fuck would that ever matter, ever? Why would I ever care that this thing had shrines? But what if you're using the, after killing 25 elites, you get altars, the altars give you goblins, the goblins give you goblin land, and now you create a speed farmer whose whole job is just to, like, speed run Nightmare Dungeons and just get goblin lands all the time. That is a cool thing. It doesn't just have to be power. They should be doing cool stuff. Leoric's Crown is trash. This, I'll have to do math. This has to beat like a 65% damage multiplier in effective main stat gain, and I don't think that's happening. Also, it's a focus that at least is going to say percent dex. And one of these other two stats. And I don't know what's up with the thorns damage. Blizzard devs honestly suck. Hey, Josh. Hey, Josh. it is perfectly fine to dislike a thing. If you just keep screaming and just shitting on people you've never met in your entire life, you don't get to play anymore. I'm just letting you know the space that you're in. Critique things. Do not demean human beings. Just shitty. Also, because people have the memory of a fucking goldfish, every PTR, things have been tested, and then incredibly large amounts of changes are done after. That's the whole point of the PTR. I do not have energy for people just shitting on human beings. I don't have energy for it. I just don't have energy for it. We're just like we're just way too okay with just like completely devaluing the totality of somebody's humanity because we saw a preview of a video game thing and decided we were more valuable humans. Anonymous, thank you very much for the 5 gifted. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will find you. I will find you. So, they're not seasonal gems. They're not identified as gems.
You're a real one.
Okay. That's what we got. I actually really like Nemesis Bracers. I don't think this one will do enough damage, but we'll see. Mythic changes. We've heard your feedback, and we're making further improvements to mythic uniques and iconic mythics. Change will make the system simpler, offering more crafting choices, and give you far more control over one major piece you'll need to carry your build into the highest levels. Thank you for continuing to do it. While the methods to create mythic uniques remain the same, the outcomes are far more deterministic. Mythic uniques can be crafted in 2 ways. Herodric Cube, upgrade direct item to mythic. Jeweler, rune crafting to mythic uniques. The upgrade direct item to mythic recipe in the Herodric Cube will be more expensive than the recipes for the blacksmith or jeweler. That makes sense, but it'll also be a total 1-to-1 transfer. As the name implies, there's a direct transfer to the mythic state. The random factors are gone. Put into Tibalt's Will with ideal affixes. Dialed in to bring mastering, you'll get mythicized version of Tibalt's Will. Restrictions: you cannot use this recipe on an unmodifiable item, so be aware of transfiguring your precious mythic unique candidate. That makes sense. When the Leor counting as jewelry for sockets mean the splinter should work in it, so 4 splinters instead of 2. So you'd be able to have 3 splinters typically, because you have 3 pieces of jewelry. You could theoretically put 2 more splinters in, but I believe the splinters are seasonal. But they are also explicitly not gems. They do not say gem, so I don't think that they will increase the effectiveness of them. My best hope is that they would, so that it offers anything at all. But I'm positive the splinters are seasonal. Well, Garm, the helmet won't get intelligence. It's jewelry. It'll get resistances. The item counts as a jewelry slot for things put into it. So the item can't only be valuable for the season, so something else must be changing. Or they wildly overestimated the value of resistances. Mythics were never going away, but I agree. I think they're garbage. Jeweler rune crafting recipe creates mythic uniques usable by your class with a recipe combining resplendent sparks and runes. Okay, so let me just make sure that I have more stuff. General. New uniques. I just have to see his stats. I don't know what to do with them. Mythics. You can now take a unique item and directly turn it into the mythic version. Maintaining all stats and modifications. Cannot be done to unmodifiable. So it will be bad Tacits of the Dawn? Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm very confused. Kaleido, thank you very much for the follow. Jeweler rune crafting recipes creates mythic uniques usable by your class. With a recipe combining resplendent sparks and runes, you'll be able to craft mythic uniques by choosing a slot, which will return a random class specific unique from that slot. Mythic uniques created using the powerful Horadric Cube upgrade direct recipe will have a crafted tag. You will be able to equip only one crafted tag item, but only mythic uniques crafted using this recipe will have this tag. Okay. Mythic uniques. So what this does is increase the length of time you're using regular uniques. Increase the value of dropping uniques, even multiple uniques of the same kind. Changes the total relationship where you can still... Oh, they got rid of the blacksmith. So you can still get random uniques from the jeweler, which will cost runes and sparks. That's still... I mean, that's fine. Mythic uniques created using the jeweler's method will not have a crafted tag. However, there are plenty of created options that don't include a crafted tag. Still, many possibilities. There are plenty of created options that don't include a crafted tag, so there'll be many options for multiple mythics. Oh, here's the blacksmith part. Can now drop either mythic uniques or iconic uniques that are valid for your class. Huh. Okay. I think really at the end of the day, the iconic mythic people needed was Starless Sky. Blacksmith being complete... I don't know why I put such a big pause there. I was thinking of jeweler in the middle of blacksmith. The blacksmith mythic crafting is such a crapshoot, though. Okay. Regular... Oh, with the former iconic mythics getting... Whoa, when did that say? When did this happen? With former iconic mythics getting regular unique versions. When did they say this is happening? You think you have decision paralysis? You don't think you have decision paralysis, friend. You do. I think we talked about this. Didn't we have this entire conversation? Where it's like you need to create a system that gives you the ability to remove the responsibility from yourself, but also hold to that system. Did we try to implement that? I'm now very invested in this. Oh, down here. uh... I know this line. Is this all done in WordPress? This might all be done in WordPress. All iconic mythics will also be available as uniques as well. These build-defining uniques will be easier to get earlier in your character's evolution, ensuring you don't need to spend as much time working through transitional builds. Okay. And they'll be in a pool somewhere. The talisman system is growing with new mythic unique charms and new unique charms. Along with mythic unique items, charms will now be available in mythic quality. They already have been. Like other mythic unique items, charms, properties will roll at maximum value and the unique property will be significantly buffed. Any unique charm in-game will have a low chance to drop as a mythic. There are no crafting methods for mythic unique charms. And like regular unique charms, there isn't a specific method for target farming. On the PTR, you'll have a chance to test them through your trusty PTR vendor, Marak. Trusty is fucking crazy to call Marak. Yeah, trusty. 16 new unique charms are based on current uniques in game that have not been represented up until now. 8 of the 10 legacy uniques will also have charms. So there are 24 new unique charms. Rebirth. Rebirth allows you to convert characters from eternal to seasonal states, transferring that character to the seasonal realm and resetting to level 1. Instead of having to create a new character at the start of each season, you'll be able to select an eternal character to continue their adventures in the seasonal realm. Also maintain a running tally of hours played across all that character's rebirths. Rebirth is back. Keeps your character settings and makes a new level 1 char. This does not maintain progress and deletes items on it. You've been warned. I don't get the purpose of rebirth, but sure. What do I think? I do not have opinions yet. What up, Prob? Yeah, but rebirthing it gets rid of everything it had before. So it looks like what it offers is a tally of your hours played. Like it's playtime tracking. Herodric Post. What's the point of this? Well, Kobat, you can't get an unfair advantage in the new season. It's a reset. What's the point of the Herodric Post? So guys. It's a mailbox. Thank you, everybody. Nobody sends you anything. Nothing gets sent. You don't receive anything. The only way a post box makes sense is if there will be an auction house. Like the only purpose of this thing is to trade. Like it says to deliver rewards to you. There aren't rewards that get rewards aren't delivered. Like you don't get anything delivered to your character. Twitch drops automatically unlock. They are just available. Don't hate the mailbox. The mailbox is so good. What is the purpose of the mailbox? Guys. Stop for a second. Nothing gets mailed to you. The devs don't send you rewards. We don't currently receive rewards through a different means. The only things that happen are drops on Twitch, and those automatically unlock on your account. What is the purpose of the chat gem? A thing from a 26-year-old video game that didn't get a full function, and in the current game actually led to an ARG. No, guys. What messages would they have to deliver to you? There's no messages. Am I crazy? Speculate is a mailbox working with a rebirth system. What would the rebirth system have to do with it, though? What would they possibly send to us? But they don't want the free store stuff to be sent to you. The free store stuff is in there so you go to the store and look at it. The stuff in the store is to buy goodwill for people who don't want to spend money, and to give people who may spend money an opportunity to open up this store. We already get in-game mail? What in-game mail? mail you your items you already pick up, that's already a thing in the stash. This has to be something else. Like this has to be a piece of a thing that they're implementing in the game. Like that's where I'm going. They're not revealing that they're adding an auction house to the game. Like, they don't send us things, and they don't need to, and they don't need a system to send us things. There's nothing to send to us. We already get in-game notifications when an event is starting as you're logging in. Twitch drops automatically unlock on your character. They don't want you to not go into the store. And they don't send, like... What, like, I guess you don't have to go to the artificer's little thing to get your weekly tower? Like, this is the most gaslight. This is the most... They're like, guys, you know how we're always sending you rewards and messages? Now we're going to send them directly to you in-game at your mailbox. And I go, what rewards and messages? And they go, all of the ones we send to you. You know all of them? You know all the ones... You know all the ones we send to you? You know them. You got... Often in the past, people missed event notifications at login. Yeah, so here's the thing, Sarah. Surveys, sure. Sure. Like, this development time is not spent to not address problems or to innovate. If the, like, the only thing that like, people missing event announcements, I guess they would be hard-pressed to go click this thing right here. The people who are going to miss event announcements, like... I don't think the devs care whether or not people know an event is going on. Like, they don't go, you know what pain point we're experiencing right now? People don't know when an event is happening. And they go, well, what are we doing to talk about it? They're like, well, we make a post about it. And when the game turns on, there's an announcement for it. And they're like, damn, these people need to fucking know that there is an event going on. But they're already playing, and the point of the event is to get you to play. But they're already playing, and they miss the event notification. So the idea would be a return on retention because the player is more likely to keep playing if they knew an event was going on. And now we're talking about development time to gain a percentage of a percentage of a percentage of people. This thing saying will occasionally contain important deliveries directly to your account carrying rewards, supplies, and commemorative items. We don't currently get rewards, supplies, and commemorative items through a different route. Like, we don't currently get those things. So there has to be a system which will now give us those things. This could be that, like, more major multi-step events are going to happen, and they needed a system to, like, keep people educated. That's kind of a thing. But this alone is insane because this doesn't happen. So a thing must be happening to make this make sense. I don't know how. Okay. There's now a mailbox for all of the things we don't get sent in-game. And apparently will be used to send us things in-game. A thing which does not happen. Full conspiracy. Either we're getting an auction house, microtransactions, or significantly more robust events and seasonal happenings that needed a mode of communication. Like, this thing needs to be the answer to a problem that a new thing creates. Because this doesn't happen. Like, the only rewards we need to go collect are rewards we need to collect that aren't on the primary path of the gameplay loop is at the end of a leaderboard going to the thing right next to the tower. Oh, and the first time we get a letter whenever a sale happens in the shop is when we fucking riot. Well, they don't auto dump into your stash at all. They go into a holding pen that has a limit. But they can't give in-game power for watching Twitch, Garm. Like, that's insane. Oh yeah, people still bought gold all the time. Have a good one, Blood. It's like... There is like 3 things that they absolutely can. What they can do and what if they did people would riot are like 2 wildly different things. So when I say they can't do this thing, it is because it's like in chess, I can hang my queen, but then the outcome is you take my queen for free. Yeah, they can absolutely do this thing and the player base will fucking riot. I'm a fucking grown adult white man with a 401k and children. You expect me to watch a goddamn soy boy snowflake streamer to get in-game power? After Shaco-gate? What are you calling Shaco-gate? When they messed up a drop table? For the Helltide chests? What are we calling Shaco-gate? Garm, they didn't... Garm, that's the most fucking insane thing you've ever said out loud. I truly don't know what you are possibly connecting between these 2 things. They didn't intentionally mess up the drop table in Helltide chests and then stop it the very next day when they found out it happened as a means to force players to watch Twitch streamers or give you power for free to with a new in-game system. What do you mean by that? They did fix it. They explicitly fixed it. What are you talking about? So sorry, everybody, real quick. I'm using a tone. Garm and I have a long-standing relationship. I'm using a tone. It's an insane tone. Garm and I have a long-standing relationship. That's the only reason why I'm talking to them like this. They just also said something wildly out of pocket. They didn't remove the Shakos obtained. Oh. Okay. People didn't intentionally exploit, they just dropped in the world. And then they went, that's not really supposed to happen. What does this matter? What is that? But why does that matter? Why would that? What does that have to do with integrity? It's not like those people went on and like won challenges or a leaderboard. The game at that point had two things to do: Hell Tides and Nightmare Dungeons. These people didn't go on to like gain status in communities and make money or win competitions. The game dropped stuff it shouldn't, and those people didn't cheat to get it. So why would they be robbed of the thing that they got? What up, Samborn? And what does any of that have to do with... what does any of that have to do with Twitch drops for in-game power? Cord, thank you for the follow. That's crazy. I'm not going to keep beating you over the head, but that's probably the craziest thing I've heard you say. Some of the previous PTR, Mrak will do stuff. Can he beat you over the head? Sure. Whatever you need. Okay, soul splinters are seasonal. Then what the fuck is Leoric for? I don't know. How we doing, Wellen? Okay, patch notes. Oh. Barbs are getting less core stat, less damage, less damage, less damage. Fuck yeah, dude. Nerf these dudes into the ground. Holy. Oh, look at that. This now grants damage reduction. Okay. Core stat scalar up to 1.625. Okay. Alright. Human form. Oh, that's fun. Necro. Core stat scalar from 1.25 to 1.625. Hot diggity dog. Necromancer. Core stat. Core stat increase means we gain more damage from the same builds across the board. What builds do we have on Necro? Blood Surge, Bloodlance, Blood Wave, Light, Sever, Bone Spear, Bone Spirit. Never really got Corpse Explosion. We did get Desecrated Ground, which is a current build. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Wait a minute, what does this say? So it's 10. Because it used to be 1% per 8. $10 divided by 1.25 is 8, right? 8. Yes. So then what is 10 divided by 1.625? Every 6.154? Yeah, a nice clean every 6.154. Okay, so let's take like a random build. And we'll just like, sure, you know, whatever. It's whatever. It's whatever. Necro. Sever. We can look at Sever, sure. Sever. Endgame Sever got 2591. 2591. 2591. Is this like your average kind of amount of int? Yeah, I would say so. I think it's like fairly accurate amount of int. That's at full Paragon, so maybe we look at this. So 2300. We're just going to say 2300 kind of across the board. This is equal to 2300 divided by this. So it's 3. So this is a 4.7375. As opposed to 2300 divided by 8. 3.875. This is equal to this divided by this. A 22% increase. I mean, holy shit. 1.625 divided by 1.125. A 22% increase, right? 23 divided by this versus 23 divided by 8. This is how much damage we do. This is how much damage we do. About 22% increase in damage. Somewhere around there. Int scaling. 1.223. Other builds. Blood Surge, Bloodlance, Blood Wave, Light, Sever, Bone Spirit, AOTD, Golem, Mages, Zoo, Desecrated Ground. That's about right. Alright. So like roughly a 22% increase, more value from getting intelligence. Okay. Skills. Sever. Updated projectile targeting so it's more consistently hits your primary target with both the initial projectile damage as well as the scythe attack. Hell yes. Slightly increased the radius of the secondary attacks. Increased the damage. Ugh. We're just not using Reaping Lotus is the problem. Or at least I'm not recommending it because Pelgane and Azurath exists. Are there just two different Severs? Are there just Cold and Shadow Sever? Azurath won't be a thing anymore? Is Azurath changed? Is there a future patch? Oh, Azurath is trash. What? What the fuck? What's the point of Azurath? Azurath only was used because it dealt AoE damage. For it to care about the target being frozen, it needs to do like 400% damage. Alright. Yeah, but if... Cold builds already sucked so bad. Who ruined this? Which class ruined this? I need to get my slippers real quick. My feet are very cold. Hold on. daddy, baby. Give it your mom, baby. Okay, so Sever. Reaping Lotus needs test. Okay, so takeaways, necroanalysis, Azurath nerf changes the relationship of necro with cold/freeze. Need to test in PTR. Bone Prison, plunging darkness variant, desecrated ground, does more damage. Bloodwave does more damage. Sure. Blight, piercing darkness variant now also increases Blight's damage against bosses. Blight. What is it? Play with your ball. Oh. Penny baby. Penny baby. Okay. Here. Get your bed. Good girl, mama. Wait. What? Good girl. Yes. Oh, here you go, baby. Excuse me. Blight's bonus. Blight A variant. Blight Avar is a 1.75 against bosses. Funnily enough, Blight's best damage is against bosses. They represent like a very small total increase to clear speed. So against a boss, it's just straight up 1.75, as long as it works with Ebon Piercer, which it most likely won't, so I'll have to report that. But the boss represents like a third of the clear. But against bossing, it will feel better. I'm gonna put this... the average between the two, a 1.5? That's not really accurate. I might just make it a 1.25. The Whirlpool variant as a utility is actually very nice. Soul Rift buff. Soul Vortex variant. That's nothing, boys. I legitimately don't think that this, or this do anything. Hold on, is that... it's the end of the skill changes? Are you fucking kidding me? It's like truly wild to me that we were like, yeah, this is what it needed. Maybe there's more. There is. There's more. There's more, there's more, there's more. There's more. But, like, this is fucking crazy. Thora, do you think you're gonna put in the aspects to make Blood Wave cooldown low enough to do Desecrated Ground Blood Wave? I assume you've thought about it. There might be ways. All right. Okay. Takeaways. The Desecrated Ground Blood Wave might be a thing. This is so crazy. They're like, we can't reset our cooldowns now unless they're bone cooldowns or Army of the Dead explicitly. And you can't keep doing that. You have to. No more schedule. You're. You be good? You be a good girl? Can you get your bed? Can you get your bed? Get your bed. Yeah. Yeah. Good girl. I'll just keep buying your love with moments of distraction. You can do whatever you want to do. Talisman. Black Shroud, 2-piece set bonus, damage, duration reduced from 30 seconds to 10 seconds. That is big. That's fairly large. Black Shroud. So we get 75% of our damage dealt as dots over 10 seconds. As opposed to 30 seconds. This is fairly large. This, like, drastically increases the amount of... Okay. This doesn't change the amount of dot damage applied to the target. It changes the rate at which it does its damage. The rate at which it does its damage is the same amount. This changes the... What's this word? It just changes the amount dealt per tick. It just means it does more damage. Yeah. Okay. I know this sounds really stupid. I'm just trying to think of the most eloquent way to try to model this in my head. I'm trying to imagine the difference that it does. It now does the damage over 10 seconds as opposed to 30 seconds. Sure. What kind of expected average damage increase is that? Helton, this doesn't make us take more damage. It's dealing damage to the target. How do you calculate the difference here? I would have to model like average expected time to kill across content. Um more. Here's a pack of enemies. 1, 2, 3. So hold on. All right, 17. I'm gonna do the elite. Oh, and then we died. That's great. This is 101. This took me 20 seconds. Roughly 20 seconds, but this was with Azurath. So that was about 20 seconds to kill. 20 seconds to kill. 24 champs. All right, here's the boss. 735. Two minutes, call it. 120. Boss. So, and this isn't exactly accurate because there's damage that you're doing after they die. This also will speed up how long it takes to get to the damage multi from the dot on them. Dots will also fall. That's impossible. So, like, we used to get, like... Like, 1.5... Like, we used to get 66% of the value, and that's not exactly accurate. So let's call it 50% of the value. So it used to be a 1.375. Against bosses, we got full value. And this is very arbitrary. I'm gonna call it like a 1.9-ish. I don't know, like a 20%. I'm just gonna call it a 1.21. Bone Spirit. Depending on the mages that you're running. Kind of depends. And this means that it's like actually relevant against like overworld monsters, whereas previously it wasn't. Okay. Radiment's Desecration is 1.5. Okay. Radiment is equal to 1.5 divided by 1.3. And a... divided by 3.25. This is equal to this multiplied by this. Desecration set 1.243. Okay. Who used desecration set? Who used this thing? Sure. Bone Spirit does. Golem definitely should have been. None of that. Cut that out. I mean, the dead definitely should have been, right? Don't do it, mama. Nope. Thank you. Hi, baby. Oh, Desecrated Ground definitely does. Might only be this one. Yeah, I forget. Hi, beautiful. Is that my beautiful Miss Lady? You're being very needy today. If I open up the window and you could sniff outside, would that be good? Oh, watch out for your little Pete. Okay. That's an incredible amount of arm strength. I hope she appreciates that. If you use an arbitrary number and then compare it, no. So what you need to create is a model of how long the monsters were alive, meaning what value of the dot that you applied you got, and then what the difference in that is, to create a relative value of what the 75% increase to damage even represented as part of your total kill speed. And I really can't model that any deeper than, I don't know, 20% increase in damage across the board, because it's also depending on content. Like, you know, when they just say number does 50% more damage, that's easy to do. But when it's like a thing that engages with bosses differently than trash, differently than elites, differently depending on content, I can't just say, oh, you do triple damage now. Because that's just like not true. Because we already didn't get a full 100% of the value very often. You actually can't get 100% of the value. But also, in killing the monster faster, we do then unlock the secondary damage bonus from the 5-piece set faster than we normally... Is there something under there, baby? What is this? What are we doing? Why are we being so needy? I do not know, but I cannot help you. Debilitating Darkness. Discard ground bonus damage increased to 40%. Oh, this is the aspect, right? So, like, if we were to go look at my profile, we put Debilitating Darkness here. I'm not even sure if we actually use Path of Regul anymore, but, like, what can you do? Hopefully that's just fixed. It becomes a 40%, which would be a 60. So it goes from a 60, 1.6 from a 1.38, 15%, debilitating aspect. Whoa. When a corpse is formed from your skills, fortify. Gain damage reduction when a corpse is formed from your skills, fortify. This is a utility aspect that offers DR. Necrotic Carapace. Necrotic Carapace on an amulet offers a lot of additional tankiness. And on boots in general. Utility aspect with damage reduction. We're just having a lot of fun. Building Bones resistance increased. Sure. Blood Orb healing increased. What the... Yeah, guys. Embalmer. Okay. Cabin Piercer. Guys, this can't be the only changes. Guys. We'll test an Unmaker build. Again. Won't be good. But we'll test it. What up, Mayday? 3 years is insane. Iron Piercer going up to 50, up to 70. So it'll be 91. 91. Okay, so it is equal to 91 multiplied by 4. versus what it is right now, which is 65, equal to 65 multiplied by 4. So it's a 4.64 divided by 3.6, 29%. Evan Piercer. 1.289. So here's the thing. Evan Piercer still absolutely represents the vast majority of your damage, no matter what. And it's currently bugged, so it does the full dot damage per tick of your ground effect. I think they will fix that because I reported it. Oh, what up, Tyleneve? It is a pleasure to meet you, Mayday. It's good to have the context. Welcome back on in. Have you listened to the patch notes yet? Okay. Sure. Rogue. Warlock. Oh, no. Ooh. Yeah, that was gonna happen. Maybe. Maybe that's not her, Mama. Honey, Mama's not home. It's way too early, baby. Way too early. You know this. This is the same schedule you've been following for almost 4 months. Already gave you almost all of your. Now it's easier to go outside. So you can do it, but you can't freak yourself out. Yeah, we could. Yeah, take want me to open up the back? I didn't interrupt her. Want that? You do that. Yeah, do that. Yeah, so good. And as a thing. Okay. Metamorphosis, applying burn for any skill cast. Yeah, that had to happen. Oh, you didn't add in the things I recommended. Interesting. Interesting, I say. Well, you added in Calamity. So Tybalt's, right? Tybalt's, this was pretty hungry. You're just not gonna be, wow, that's so much damage loss, though. What was the fucking Sin Demon? No, not which demon is the demon of sin. Sin Demon is one of the variants for Metamorphosis. So my question is, will these builds just change to be able to heal? Hmm. It's a little bit hard to honestly. It's a little bit hard to say. Here's an upsetting part. I don't know the damage bonus this normally gets up to. So give me just a moment. Hold on a second. My dog just barked. All right, I'm gonna take my dog out real quick. I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes. She's been dealing with bad stomach, and she's been kind of like up in my butt, which I think she's been using to communicate I need to go outside. So we're gonna figure out if that is the case. Thank you for being here. Holy fuck! Thank you for being here on YouTube. I'm so sorry I have to go away very quickly. Don't abandon me. I promise. I'll be right back. I'll leave the music going. Go inside. That's it. Wrong. Okay. Okay. Yeah, she was having some bad tum. She's having some bad tum, trying to give her some good food, and hopefully it settles. Okay. Sigil of Summons. Now deals 50%. Now deals 50% of the damage of the skill effect it regurgitates. What is her coloration? She is brindle coated. She is very, very, very pretty. Hold on. That's my babe. Oh. As I immediately drop my phone. That's my babe. Look at her. You can't really see the coloration there because of how the phone will do light. But look at her. She's a baby. And she sits in chairs like she's people. Her name is Penelope. Okay. Sigil Summons now deals 50% of the damage of the skill, plus 2% per rank. So skill ranks now matter. Does this make it do more or less damage than it currently does? Oh, I also needed to figure out... What up, Steve? Can't believe what I've done to Druid. What happened to the bears? Hey, enough of that. Just eat out of the bowl, you psychopath. Okay. Did I hurt Steve? I did. And I'd do it again. Hey, cut that out. Stop doing that, you Looney Tune. Got it out. You like class diversity and people that want to spin should be able to in peace. Nerfing something is not the same thing as it no longer being viable and it no longer existing. When something overperforms 2 seasons in a row with no borrowed power, with the further addition of massive amounts of power on items, the thing that the barbarian scales with the hardest due to being able to equip more items than everybody else, they should get nerfed so they're not just the best class. You know what I mean? Like, they currently have no downsides. They do the most damage and are the fastest and also can't die. But it's pretty massive. Yeah, but in relationship to what? Like, numbers going down a lot doesn't really matter without the relative change. So if we go to the leaderboard right now, Barb can do a 144, right? Let's go to just the normal leaderboards. A Barb can do a 147. Let's just take all the top numbers, right? Barb, Necro, Spirit, Sork, Rogue, who was bugged, Pally, Warlock, Druid. Is that all of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's all of them. So this is a 147. 129. Sork is a 145. Rogue is now a 141 after nerfs. Druid is doing 150. That seems wrong. Druid's doing 150. 147? No, 137. Right. Or is it here? Where's Shipton's clear? Where's Shipton's clear? Yeah, I went to solo self-found. Oh, they haven't run it yet this cycle? Yeah, guys, it's 138. It is not 148. They have a video of a 138. Warlock has not even vaguely approached 150. What do you make of the PTR notes? Did 144 last run? This one? So 144. We'll put 144 as the top end of this. That's still not 148. What pit level do you need to push a glyph to 150? I mean, you could do it at like tier 120. Think you realistically want to be doing 130s in like 2 minutes or something? So these are not the highest possible pushes, but this is like... Oh, you know what might be helpful? Hold on. Hell Tides might keep weekly leaderboards. Top runs all. This is going to include... This is going to include some exploits, which is not great, but what can you do? Description said 148. Yeah, I don't know. That's pit, not tower. Pit is wildly, wildly stronger than tower. Doesn't Hell Tides filter out the exploits? It can't if Rogue is at 150. Rogue could only do 150 in 3 minutes with exploits. This video is unavailable. Okay. But we take these. So this is... Rogue 150 is just like not accurate anymore, though, is the issue. It doesn't matter. I give up. I'm literally using all of this to highlight a point. Necro highest was 138. Spurtborn is 148. Sork is a 150 and 924. Rogue, I guess I have to take this 150, but this was... We're going to ignore Rogue. Rogue is gone for right now. Pally is 138. There's 144 and 723. Okay. So... Right. We could see that Necro and Pally are the weakest. Right. By a pretty far margin. The devs don't want us to be running pit tier 150. Just straight out, they don't want us doing that. And if the barb dropped all the way down to doing pit 138, they would still be better at it than the other classes because they're faster and unkillable. I do not care about the rogue. This is just for the point of highlighting something. The difference between the power of this barbarian and the power of this necromancer is they're doing 28 times the damage of the necromancer. They could now be doing 1/10 of their previous damage and still be 3 times stronger than the necromancer. they would still be running 140s and unkillable and faster and better at all content. So when we say like, oh man, like don't nerf him too hard, they're doing 28 times the damage. I don't think people like really conceive of how much it, like, none of these classes should be 28 times stronger than any other class. Across the board. The Sorc shouldn't do this. The Druid's cheating now. But when you get rid of exploits, nobody should be even close to pit tier 150. It is literally against the stated design intent of the developers. 28 times the damage. Fucking cracked. So, I do not feel bad. When people will ask me to feel bad, I will not. Are there? Um, Okay. There's other stuff in the patch notes which just like as we come across them we'll have to internalize when we can. Like general bug fixes and stuff like that. So let's get back down to Warlock. I have to test this goddamn mechanic. Holy cannoli. Okay. So get rid of all of this. Refund all. And then do this and that. This and that. Confirm. Okay. Turn off damage. What a Blackstone, how we doing? Hello, Cheeseman is crazy. Okay. I do 726. $726 is my base. $919 is what we get up to. $919. So this is $919 divided by 726. 26% increase in damage. We're expecting a 50% increase in that. So it's like up to like 40% total. So it's like a 1.4, somewhere around that. Sure. 1.4 is equal to 1.4 divided by this. Metamorph. Hellfire. So for Blazing Scream, paste value. For Bombardment, we don't really run this build anymore. Tyrants. Fucking what Hellfire builds do we have? Builds. Warlock, endgame. Blazing Scream, obviously. Hellfracture was bad with it. Minion Warlock doesn't care about it. Lunatic might care about it in the future. Tyrant's Grasp absolutely cares about it. Apocalypse doesn't care. Okay. What builds are we missing? There's like a Sentinels build. We'll put Sentinels here. I don't really care about Sentinels, but we'll put Sentinels here. Abaddon. Terraform is trash. It's not trash. You can play it. Okay. Sigil of Summons. $596. They currently do 100%. This is a nerf. It depends a bit on the build. I have to learn something really quick. it's 2% per skill rank. So it goes 50 equal to this. So it's 1, 2, 3. So this is 5, 10, 15. This is equal to sum of this multiplied by 2 is equal to by 3. So this is 50. This is 72. This is 81. This is 50, 72, 81, 96, 97, 102. This is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. So somewhere around this is equal to the sum of okay. I mean this is starts off weaker, gets stronger, is a net positive in the end game, but it represents a different amount of your damage depending on the skill being used. What did you miss in the past 40 minutes? You missed about 40 minutes of my evaluation of the changes, along with me taking my dog outside to go to the bathroom. Yeah, Azurath is just hard dead. I don't know what their expectation was. I mean, I'm just gonna call it a 12.5 for now. For Lunatic, yes. For Blazing Scream, sure. Is that kind of it? Those are the only ones that like use Hellworm for its actual damage. What kind of dog do I have? I have a Pitbull mix. Yeah, her name's Penny. She's looking out the window over there. Illuminated by God himself. Yeah, she's about a year old. We just rescued her. Succubi weaken. Okay. No, she's just sadly waiting for my girlfriend to get home. Sigil of Chaos. Sigil of Smoke variant now makes enemies vulnerable. Huh. That is very cool. Hellfire Aura can now be cast while moving. Okay. Damn. Oh, there's some very, very cool stuff in here. Hold on, we have to... I need to figure out a way to go skill by skill. We got Van and Gary. Van and Gary, where do y'all know each other from? Crafted should have at least 2? Hard disagree, I'll be honest with you. Your boy saw kangaroos? Are you just down in Aussie land? Heck yeah, brother. Big panda enjoyers. Anybody who hangs out in Panda's chat is cool. Sigil of Smoke makes enemies vulnerable is very interesting. Takeaways. It looks like casting while moving for automatic skills is on the table. Reducing clunkiness. Class has a vulnerable option in Sigil of Chaos. Freeing up an aspect slot on some builds. We cast while moving. Dark Prison, Bombardment can be cast while moving. Like, these are increases. So, like, cast while moving, I'm just gonna, like, cast while moving is, like, just kind of a 1.05 across the board. Being able to cast some of these skills while moving, meaning they don't have an animation, meaning you can now weave them into other stuff that you're doing too, is like a fairly large increase in action economy that will have different impacts across the board, but is something that, like, does not directly, but indirectly increases damage output. Minion builds able to lock runs pretty easily. That's definitely one of the options. The Bone Mage's build that I'm running was already using lock runs, and like, I needed 1 crit roll on gear. Lunatic cast while moving? What do you mean? Like, using a basic skill while moving? That's insane. But there's actually no but. Actually, I fully disagree with everything should just happen while we move. Want to buy? No, yeah. I get that. It's a deep, dark wish, and I hope it never comes true. Dark Prison. Calamity. No, Calamity. So, Oh, it's going to be 200. How fast can I cast Dark Prison? Well, Calamity, well, Evar, Dark Prison, upgrade. Cool down reduction. Read the enemies killed by the end of prison effect. It's the Dark Prison. So those killed inside it. I need to like, yeah, I don't know. This patch is shit for barbs. I hear you. I hear you. Did you know that the barbarians are currently doing 28 times the damage of builds that can run a 138? And if they were reduced to a 10th of their current damage, they would still be doing 3 times the damage? Because I'm not sure it's shit for barbs. I think it's bringing them back down to earth. Because here's the thing, unless I'm mistaken, the only other classes performing at the rate of barbs are all exploiting. Or had exploits which were bringing them there. So like, if your class is just like fucking doing that, and other people have to exploit to do that, that's probably like a really good sign that maybe the class overperforms. Dark Prison's sigil skill is very cool. Dark Prison Apocalypse? Dark Prison as an additional damage dealer is pretty interesting. Oh, this is fun. That's fun. I could really use some community help is such a fucking insane way to try to scam people out of money. That's crazy. A dude joined the Discord. The first thing they asked was, where should I sell out? Where should I put my self-promo? And I went, you didn't join the Discord just to self-promo, did you? And they're like, nah, man, I'm just looking for cool fantasy Discords to hang out in. And also, I wanted to make sure I was doing it in the right place. And I went, okay, just so that you know, if the first thing you post to my Discord is promoting yourself, you're going to get banned. Because we both know that that's what you're about to do. So, just as a heads up, that's going to happen. The next thing they post. Hey everybody, I'm doing commissions. That's fun. Get fucked. die slow. Another person in the Discord. Hey everybody, I could really use some community help. I'm in a tight financial bind. I'm opening up emergency. You can commission me. Thanks. I've never talked in your Discord ever. Dear artists, if you're actually an artist, because most of these people are just scams, right? But dear artists, you just need to show cool art, and then when people ask, let them know that you do commissions. I'll just let you know. If you're an artist, and like your sole purpose in being in a community is that you want people to commission you, here's how you do it. Here's a free tip. Spend some time, generate a bunch of like generic kind of additional just copy and paste statements. Insinuate yourself into a bunch of communities just for a little bit, just every once in a while say a couple witty things. Then draw some art of a thing for that content creator or for the game you're following or whatever, and just share it like, hey, just got really inspired. People will ask you for commissions, and then you can get commissions. If like the base thing that you're in, and also real quick, artists deserve to be paid for their art. If you really are fucking struggle busing, nobody's gonna buy a sob story because it's the internet. And if they do, you are lying and manipulating people, and you should feel bad and you should die slow. But it's so easy to get people interested in wanting to buy art because people like feeling special, and paying $50 to have a thing they otherwise wouldn't have is good enough for most people. It's very, very easy to become the artist of a community. You just have to feed your art. That's it. That's all you got to do. Nobody likes that you do it the other way, and you won't make money that way. So stop. Dark Prison. Takeaways. Where did I put... New builds, Dark Prison. DP probably finds a home on Apocalypse. The Dark Prison changes are Dark Prison Sigil. Like, is an amount of an increase to damage to Apocalypse? What up, Hungry? How you doing? Back again, like, day 2 is actually crazy. Everybody, the local hate watcher is back. I appreciate the ad revenue. How much damage is Dark Prison if Apocalypse can just run it? I'm just gonna put like a 1.25 here. Like, this just might be a good supplementary damage skill on Occult Abyss builds. Like, yeah, you wanted Dark Prison as a survivability option. Huh. What else does it being a sigil skill let us do? Fleshrick Carapace, obviously. I think it being a sigil skill and them gaining kills is going to fuck with something. Like, maybe the gaining kills will count as monsters inside of it. Something weird is going to happen there. The Doomfire variant of Doom. Doom as a sigil skill. Oh shit, Molten Bomb as a traveling shadow form. Bjorn, dude, this fucks. Doom, I don't see a like a sigil Doom build, just because the hex mechanic is so weird. Are there other ways to eat hex? Occult Hellfire skills consume 1 stack of hex on targets. It to increase its damage. Oh, I guess I could see how that functions here. Oh. So you get a big payoff at the end. That's actually huge. Actually, now I'm thinking about it. Sigil Doom would be Hellfire Doom. It also lets us run Moloch's Feeding Flame on it. A very good girl. You're being very good. That means you deserve a treat. That's my baby. Hellfire Doom. Warlock. Hellfire Doom. Doom. Just in general. Hellfire or Sigil Doom. Sigil Doom. Probably like a pretty massive increase. Molten Bomb. Molten Bomb helps a lot. Molten Bomb. Shadow Form. Yes, beautiful. Yes, beautiful. Yes, mama. Okay. I help you. What is it? It's not your bum, is it? Just fine. You're not pulling it, so I just want to. Is that it? Is that all you wanted? My dog gives me the craziest side eye if I'm not paying like 100% attention. Okay, I'll lie down. That's okay. This is like actually huge. I think it's like a 1.5. Somewhere around like a 1.5. Being able to keep Shadow Forms stacks proactively for some of these builds is really what it needed. People aren't going to like the playstyle, and oh my god, it might be trash on controller. But, Infernal Breath, just doing more damage. We'll have to test Infernal Breath. Dread Claws. Ravenous Jaws variant. Eviscerate. Dread Claws Eviscerate? Yeah. Yeah, Warlock's getting a lot of attention. And I think they already felt really good this season. Uh, I guess Eviscerate needs to look at Dread Claws for inclusion. Summon Volok cost going down is so much bigger than people will give it credit for. Command Abodian bite attack base damage drastically increased. He was already kind of cooking on Hellfire builds. Abodian is now unhindered and prioritizes attacking elites. Ooh. 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 That's what I'm talking about, big boy. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Abodian Hellfire. Command Agron being unhindered is actually cracked. Surely minions will get this, right? Command Agron, I mean, it's hard to put this into words. Agron unhindered is like a sizable increase in damage, but it's really hard to say. I'm going to put it at a 1.1. Vanguard Shard. Remember Vanguard Shard? Have you ever clicked that? Have you ever cared about the things that come out when you do it? There's like an Archfiend build. Well, it's like Tyrant's Grasp, right? Oh, it's the other ones. Laser beams. The Eviscerate Legion Shard. Lesser Demon Eviscerate chance up to 5%. Their damage is multiplied by 5. What are we doing? Like, that's insane, isn't it? Is that not Looney Tunes level of damage? Eviscerate doesn't use the Eviscerate fragment? Oh, because a monster has to be eviscerated. So this is a rampage build? I gotta be honest. I gotta be honest, I'm a little bit confused by how this works. I still need to make an Emerald Chains build. The PTR is in 5 days. I mean, just eviscerate shard. Huge. Added new glyph superiority. Oh fuck yes, dude. Magic node glyph. Superiority is insane. Superiority glyph would drastically shift the landscape of dominance reliance across multiple builds. This is insane. Because right now we're running like armor and res nodes just because. But especially with Mastermind and spending all of your dominance, like one of the biggest issues is you just can't generate enough dominance to actually make this matter. But if you spend your total dominance, like how much dominance do you get up to? Let's call it 50. You actually get up to more than that. Let's call it 100. How much do you get up to? You get up to a dick ton. And then it's... Because right now you do dominance regen of 1 per second. This could get you up to like 3 per second. That's insane. Control glyph deals 15% to taunted enemies. Or 30% to tethered and knocked down enemies. Okay. I don't see the vision, but I'm here. Uh, 12 to 15. What this glyph 1.15 by 1.12. So, okay. Occult skills. There's going to be so many more builds. Like, it's actually crazy how many builds. Ignition aspect increased to 70% chance to remain volatile. So this on an amulet gets you 100% chance to remain volatile, so skills are never dropping volatility. We can't, every single build that would run this would run it. Run Moloch's Beating Flame. This is good. It's hard to say exactly how much of an increase this is. Ignition aspect. Because you lose a lot of the damage your skill is meant to do if you drop volatile. But you have like a base chance to not drop volatility, right? So some of the times you keep volatility. So with this, you might get up to 100% chance to keep volatility. I'm gonna put it like a 20% increase. It's really hard to say. The build that didn't exist before. Fathomless. 85%. Fathomless used to be 80, now it's 85%. Hit me if I drive, and I say really, really. So if it's 76, it's equal to 76 multiplied by 0.8. It's equal to 76 multiplied by 0.85. Yeah. Scorching Heat is more interesting. And then the sun goes and ain't no diamond. And then surviving. 82.7. 82.7. 82.7 multiplied by 0.8. equal to 82.7 multiplied by 0.85. So this is now a 70% multi, which makes it better than a 65%. So it's equal to this divided by 1.70295 divided by 1.65. Yeah, I'll just say res aspects. And it's like, technically you could do it here. Technically, not even really there. Deeper shadows. Deeper shadows aspect. Oh, ooh, oh. Wow. Deeper shadows is actually pretty big. And immolation. That's very cool. I like that. I like that change a lot. I like that change a lot, Bjorn. That's very good. Dude, Warlock's gonna fuck. Warlock's just gonna be so good. These utility aspects gaining resistances not only makes these aforementioned aspects more likely to be used, but also gives them a 50% increase on your amulet since they're utility aspects. We're already rocking deeper shadows on amulets, so deeper shadows going onto your amulet, now giving you 75% shadow resistance, is actually kind of fucking cracked. Immolation aspect is a lot better too, if only because gaining this bonus to fire resistance helps to offset the burn from Hellfire. It also means, well, Immolation though doesn't, you would typically use Immolation in places where you aren't using Metamorphosis. That's not anti-synergistic, it's just like parallel. It's begging an interesting question. But also, if we're going, you get this much shadow res or you get this much fire res from this aspect, all of a sudden, your like gems could just be like physical light poison. instead of all res. It, like, a lot of this. Like, we were already using Diabolical getting increase to the DR it grants. Every build's gonna be Hellfire Moloch. Every build that can be Hellfire is going to be Hellfire this season. Scorn. Oh, Scorn was already a very interesting aspect. Scorn is insane. Misfortune. I mean, DR on a utility aspect. You could just put 22% DR on your amulet. Sadistic heals you per kill? Oh, it grants maximum life on kill. That's gotta have a cap. Banelink. Yeah, we didn't really have like a lot of damage scaling in our utility. We just didn't really, we had very straightforward aspect. These are like, all of our aspects are now like actual aspects. Gore Feast now grants 50% increased bleeding damage while fortified. What are we talking about? It's just a 75% damage multiplier. It's just a Gore Feast. Fucking what? I'm also going to bump these up to a 1.05, I think. And they very well may say use on different builds. Gore Feast is just a 1.75. Insane. Overwhelming. Cult skills deal increased damage against elite enemies per stack of overpower you have. This bonus is doubled if the enemy is hexed. What the fuck are we talking about? Oh, because we couldn't figure out the stacks issue. What? Hello? God? Hello, God? Are you with me right now in the church? What are we talking about here? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14. 14? $14? $14? What? 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 Surely not. There's so many changes. Stop it. What are we doing here? This can't be real. This says 10x your damage against elites. We looked at the Necro stuff. At least we looked at the beginning Necro stuff. I think there's a bit more. Necro, as always, got an appallingly small amount of balance. This can't be fucking real. 17% increased damage against elite enemies per stack of overpower. We get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 14. So it's 14 times 17% damage. The bonus is doubled if the enemy is hexed. That can't, guys, everybody listen to me. Everybody listen to me, you're not listening. This says 10x my damage. Like, even if you just get the 4 stacks, it's 68. It's a 136. Every occult build will run this. It's insane. Who cares if I'm missing a multi against trash? I'm gonna do 10x fucking damage. This is unhinged. I don't even know how to calculate this. Like, okay. Overwhelming. So where was my math? This is equal to 10.52 divided by 1.65. My dog is dreaming. I think in her dream she was fighting a dog. 4 point. Okay, I have to do the math. Let's do the math as if it's a one-hander. You had Tyrael's drop? Yeah, Tyrael sucks. Just kind of end of statement. Tyrael's just kind of sucks. I'm losing it. Misanthropic. If no more than one of your demons now has been alive for... If no more than one of your demons has been alive for longer than 2 seconds, and you gain damage reduction, and every 1% base life you lose from direct damage generates dominance. Great option. Great option. Great option. That's interesting. Okay. So for one demon builds, just a 45% damage reduction. Just insane. Sure. Making enemy vulnerable also weakens them. Weakened enemies enfeebling. I have volatility, all incoming direct damage converted into fire damage. Fucking what? That's a utility aspect? These can't be utility aspects. These can't. What? 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 Night Terror got up? What the fuck are we talking about? Bjorn, this is PoE level shit right here. These can't be utility aspects. Wee wow, wee woo wow, wee woo wow. Hey everybody. How we doing? We all having a good time? So, I think maybe we're all not reading the same thing. Because D4 is done too little too late, never waste my time and money on woke Blizzard again. Are you still here, Rezilla? What's wrong with the aspect? So these are utility aspects. Meaning, you can just temper these onto your amulet, or just put them onto your boots. And now, cauterization says effectively all damage you take is now fire damage. So you can eschew all of your other resistances and just stack rubies, which we also gained additional damage reduction against with Diabolical. And then because we're building all into fire resistance, we can use the aspect that says get a percentage of your fire resistance as damage. Necklace enchantments have a 50% increase. Yeah. Also, somebody in YouTube chat did say woke Blizzard, and that's just like a bad bot. Because if you're saying woke in the big 2026, you are an incel and no one will have sex with you. No, you're good, mage. Just want to make sure you have the right info. We don't even use Blood Mad Idol on Warlock. The charms and the amulets we have are too good. But Nefarious saying that all incoming damage is converted to shadow. You have a chance to steal Unstoppable. Yeah, a two-hander will get a 2x bonus on offensive aspects. You got it right. So a monster goes unstoppable, which turns off like half your damage on these builds, and then you just like will get higher uptime on CC of enemies. Fucking nuts, dude. Damage, swap, aspects. I don't even know what to like call this. But like the amount of survivability we can offload. Are these Warlock only aspects? Yes. Volatility and Shadow Form are Warlock mechanics. Is just like crazy? Depending on the build, it's like greater than a 15% increase to damage. Wow. Yeah, so stealing Unstoppable would mean that monster is no longer unstoppable, meaning you could re-crowd control them. I can't imagine a different way that would function. These are fucking cracked. I cannot stress enough how cracked this is. This is insane. Fire of Sin. Oh, shit. There's going to be a breath build. Night Terror buff is cracked. It is insane, dude. Night Terror? Night Terror? Can we talk about Night Terror? Night Terror. Night Terror is going up. So Night Terror is going up to 12% per stack, which is 15.6 per stack. 15.6 per stack. 15.6 per stack. $15.6. It used to be 11.7. You get to 15. Multiplied by 2 while in stealth, which you would solve for stealth to have. Solid 25.9. Ooh. Hellion Sting is like a solid build with that change. Do any Warlock builds run with Tibalts currently? Yes. Yeah. But they all trigger Unstoppable continuously. Do effects like Lightning Enchant count as monster attack? It needs to be direct damage. Direct damage is a thing that hits you and does an instance. I don't think that applying a dot like a thing on the ground burning you is not direct damage. Your Archfiend skills deal increased damage. I still don't think that this like is anything. It is a buff. This gets run on Rampage, right? Or Tyrants. No, it's Anathema of the Primes. Yeah, that's going to be different. So Tyrant's Grasp is going to see an increase here. The lesser demon upgrades kind of don't matter, but yeah, it's whatever. Oh, casting any Archfiend skill activates all their lesser demon upgrades. So if I'm not mistaken, that means that like lesser demon skills grant volatility, lesser demon skills slow enemies, lesser demon skills apply vulnerable, lesser demon skills generate wrath. I don't know if that's, I mean, that's very interesting. I don't know if that's good enough, but it is interesting. Blazing Scream is also an Archfiend skill? What? It is not. Blazing Scream is not Archfiend. Archfiend and Greater Demon are not the same thing. And be with Elegy? What? Oh, okay. Waterfly? The thing that would be the most helpful for me is not calling to a thing I don't know yet, but with no context. I have read where I'm currently reading. This is too much. This is like all too much. Homunculus, at least for right now. It's like a 1.3, something like that. What class do you plan on playing in Season 15? I play the Warlock and the Necromancer. We're going to have too many builds. Maybe. Oh. Oh, okay. I know, Mama. She'll be home soon. I know, baby. Okay. I can't keep staring at this. Hand of Apotheosis. So, Apotheosis grants you Metamorphosis upgrades for free, and they are 100% more potent. Okay. So this is 130. %46 maximum life with 2.3% increased damage. Wow. And of Apotheosis. Either dominates every demonology build, or opens up space for other alts, or does nothing. It's one of them. It's one of them. No, dude, dominance cost reduction is already fucking cracked. Okay, no, it's just Hand Apotheosis just dominates. Hand Apotheosis dominates all demonology builds, and I can't calculate it. Of Apotheosis, just huge. Yeah, I don't know. Scepter of the Three. What is different? What is different between these? You can now equip all basic and gain 15 ranks in them. You can now equip all base ultimate skills and gain 15 ranks in them. Hitting enemies with non-ultimate skills builds up to 250. So it's stronger. Ooh. I'll be honest, I don't exactly know why this is written like this. I'm just quite too enthusiastic to put together all this interesting info. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know what you're apologizing for, but I appreciate it. Have you accepted or savored the mail system? Yeah. No, the mailbox is goated. So the main difference here is that this now triggers off of hits on enemies and continues to work even if your ultimates are cast. Which was that you had to like wait to build it up before. Okay. So it is just stronger and it should stack better. There's a world where you use it on Apocalypse. Yeah, you definitely use it on Apocalypse. I'm gonna just put it as like a sick 130 here. We don't really have other ultimate skills, but we should investigate them. The 3 is strong enough where they legitimately run other alt skills, builds. Is this spreadsheet a total multiplier tracker? This part of it, yeah. This is to determine the effective increase in damage that the build has experienced. Converted to tiers cleared. Be able to determine new relative power. Okay. Okay. Now we're fucking talking. Eightfold Idol is big. Now we're fucking cooking with gasoline. Yo, Ms. Magic, thank you very much for the 11 months. That is nearly a year. What diggity dog. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Oh, my diamonds shining good, they really diamond. And remind me. You asked me how I talk, and I say really, really. Got money on my mind, and I say really, really. Oh. It's to enemies on the trail. Well, we drop trails underneath us. Right, okay. So it's 80 is equal to 80 multiplied by 1.3. So that 2.04 divided by 1.65. 23. Oh, my diamonds shining because they really diamond. Dun 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 dun, doesn't buy me. He asked me how I talk, and I say really, really. Honey, no. Blazing Scream is now an Archfiend skill and deals 50% increased damage. Blazing Scream gains the Skull Splitter variant at no cost. Deal the same damage as the... Have a good one, Tom. Can't find the class balance changes. At the bottom, there's a drop-down menu for balance it, for the balance. Patch. So it was a 2.3, and it's now going to be it's now going to be a 2.43 and a 1.5. Oh, my diamond shining because they really diamond. And then, fucking, what do we even do here? What do you need to do to get fix the parameter ID on thorns? Make a blue forum post. You use Elegy currently? On what build? Like, which variant do you use typically? Shadow Blazing Scream. Gotcha. Gotcha. Oh my diamond shining because they're really diamond. They asked me how I died, and I said really. For money on my mind, and I said, $130.29. Oof. This is too much. Did Necro get much needed love? Not really. Like 1 to 3 pit tiers across the board a bit. Yeah. Also, Azurath is gone, so like none of our cold builds matter anymore. I'm actually pretty morose about the Necromancer. Stone of Jordan BOP? Did we see the stats for Stone of Jordan? I don't know how I would answer that question. This is fucking insane. Because this also means that Sigil of Summons is stronger for the build too. Yeah, I'm just gonna put that as like a 1.2. I don't know what else to call it. Yeah, because this means this is going to trigger all of this stuff too. So it's Wrath Gen. Volatility is nothing. This, so like, okay. Elegy saying it's now an Archfiend skill means you get to use it with Homunculus, bare minimum. Homunculus also gets you free Vulnerable and Wrath Gen. It's saying that you do a 1.5 multi is like fine. And then the Lesser Demon Skulls dealing the same damage as the main skull, you get 6 Lesser Demon Skulls. This is also ignoring bouncing damage entirely. But if you were to cast Blazing Scream one time, and all 6 skulls were to hit that target, the difference between the two-hander we were using previously is a 13x hour damage. Now, it's less than that because the main skull is likely to hit twice. The main skull does its damage twice. And then the little skulls could bounce. Like, Blazing Scream is about to hit 150. Ooh, Gauntlets of Sheol is now very interesting. While it's alive, you periodically sacrifice all other Archfiend summons, dealing their damage around them. So you put a Fiend of Abaddon on your back, and you rampage around with Vanguard, summoning your Rampager, and then Fiend of Abaddon does its damage. Holy shit. Backpack Abaddon. Summon a Tortured Wretch when your current life drops below 55% of your maximum. Enemies taunted. Enemies Tortured Wretch attempts to taunt take increased damage and deal less damage. That's pretty cool. Because you could proactively drop below with the sigils. I don't know what that changes, but it is interesting. Ooh. Riding Abaddon triggers your non-Archfiend Hellfire skills. Ooh. Warhound Abodian. Bonuses from Command Valak. What? What? What are we talking? What are we talking? What are we talking about, boys? What are we talking about? The shard? Oh. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? What conversation are we having? What is a Herodric gem? You take 5 of the highest tier gems that you can craft, which are the flawless, and you amalgamate them in the Herodric cube. Wonder if they'll keep neglecting the Necromancer in Season 15? We got a smattering of buffs. For some of our builds. What up, Nova? Okay, let's math it out. Let me take all my little bits here. Like, just truly insane. Yeah, I don't even know how to do the math here. $60 versus $60 is 78 versus 39. 78 versus 39. Okay. So right now with 14 stacks, $147, 2.47 divided by oh, and he gives you more overpower stacks. Whoa, what are we doing? He gives you 3 more overpower stacks. He gives you 3 more. He gives you 3 more overpower stacks. Boys, he gives you 3 more overpower stacks. Why are we not talking about this? Like it's a fucking... What are we doing? He gives you 3 more overpower stacks. How do I even calculate that? What I know, I'm just gonna put it as a fucking 1.3. Ugh. $3.22. What do I... Who's that? What time is it? It's very close, though. It's almost Mama. Where is she? I gotta let Penny sitting at the window, sadly, for Mom. Is the oh, you love that. That's great. Yeah, you see this dog? Can you see this dog? See this dog? Oh, I love you. Sun. Dogs are too smart. Dogs are too smart. Oh, okay. Oh, my diamond shining, cause they really diamond. Okay. This is insane. Fucking just absolutely bananas. Okay, we've nerfed Cage of Madness. That's good. Cage of Madness was too much. $442. To but you get like a bigger payoff on the first one. Sure. 230 is 260 is 3.6. Call it 0.75. Rest of Forever Bride Bloodwave. Well, Bloodwave, Bone Spirit, and Minions are all basically clearing the same pit tier, Bone Spirit being slightly under it. But yes, they did not offer enough changes to Necromancer. Like, to the point where how do I say this? There has to be a disconnect between our experience of the class and its reception by the developers. That's how off I feel by the complete, like, lack of significant buffs across the board to our builds. Like, there has to be something off. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, my diamonds shining good. They're really diamonds. Hex dooms enemies, maintaining the hex and dealing 200% of dooms damage every second until they die. It's pretty significant. Doom does a lot more fucking damage. Just like a fuck ton. I don't know. Doom Helm. I'm just gonna say 2x damage just off the rip. For Balos. Sure. Side of flame, hang an enemy. Unless you do it explodes it. Yes. No. I got really excited. Oh, but it now gets increased by Mythic. Yeah, it's just Bombardment's just like kind of not a skill. We'll have to reinvestigate Bombardment. Shadow damage getting a buff? A fairly insignificant one, yeah. Increase to 20% maximum life. And 55. Okay. That's like a not insignificant amount of increased life. Abaddon. Flesh of Abaddon. It's like a 1.1. Maybe a bit more than that. It's kind of hard to say. I'm just gonna... that one's just too difficult for me to figure out. Azurath is gone. Fucking goodbye. I fixed an issue where Crippling Darkness was incorrectly granting Iron Maiden the Darkness tag and converting it to shadow damage. Sigil of Smoke's shadow missiles could spawn on the player instead of in the sigil. Okay, so that's Warlock. Endercrowd did not consistently increase your maximum skeleton warriors by the correct amount. Banning of skeleton warriors or golem would sometimes fail to properly update the minion's primary target. Aspect of Bursting Bone did not properly increase the damage of minions' bone skills. What about the 3 other aspects? Well, this build was after I got my bug report in. Okay. Will all of the uniques except for Messerschmitt be on the PTR? That's our understanding, yeah. So all of this is nothing. That's cool. Holy. Okay. Bindings of attrition from Prid runes applied as defense bonus longer than intended. No. Well, rest in peace. Aspect of Heresy's buff duration was shorter than expected. Okay. Was not preventing deaths. Exiting Sigil of Chaos, remove volatility from the Metamorph Destruction Demon variant. Okay. Yep. This was actually a pretty big issue. Animation was enabled for Warlock despite not affecting their demons. What? Yes, this is Diablo 4 PTR. You just won't use Azurath. Like those... You just won't use it. Because the only reason why I used Azurath before was to get the increased clear speed against all the trash, and then it wasn't that bad against a boss. But like, you're just not going to use it at all. Is kind of my problem. See, that's kind of my problem. With the whole situation. Oh, my diamonds shining good. They're really diamonds. Three, 6, 8, 1. This does work, so I don't know what that means. Oh, fuck yes, that's awesome. Also counting dominance spent in addition to wrath. That's funny. Oh, are you for real? Oh. Well, that would have been nice. Archfiend lesser demon upgrades do not work with recasts. Sure. Oh, actually, yeah, this was a huge problem. This was actually a massive problem. Oh, holy. Because we were running Abyss Titan on a bunch of builds to get the Wrath gen, and it just didn't work on the recasts. That's actually massive, massive, massive. Yeah. All right, well, that was fun. Yeah, this was weird. Oh, cleaning up Apocalypse a bit. Casting or moving during Nether Step would break Shadow Form stealth. It was broken by automatically cast skills. This was a huge problem, actually. And Dark Prison's Calamity variant did not mention their recast skills. Okay. Extendation from Doom's Doomfire Ritual did not benefit from the Ritualist Twisted Fragment Hellfire bonus. Interesting. Bane-like aspect would not trigger if an enemy was affected by vulnerable or slow prior. Was increasing the ritual bonus by triple instead of double. Huh. Emo, are you aware that there's a same tier clear build that isn't Bloodwave currently in the season? I am always a little bit confused when we're talking about, so like Necromancer did not get enough buffs and didn't get enough fixes or anything. It's actually like approaching offensive. Because there must be a disconnect between our experience of the class and the devs' evaluation of the class. But there are 3 top tier builds, arguably like 4 or 5, depending on whether or not you want to consider all the different minion builds. But there are 3 builds that all go toe-to-toe with one another at the top end of clear power. Also, YouTube chat is like weirdly cutting out on me a whole bunch, so sorry if I'm missing stuff. But like the Necrometa does have multiple builds in the top spot, all within like one tier of one another. You absolutely don't have to play Bloodwave. And the thing I said first is true simultaneously. I'm a little bit confused. So 0.67 nameless bug. Okay. I don't exactly know how to figure out what this means. Shadow of Barrage set was making enemies become unstoppable when you did. Huh. That's funny. I never noticed that. Huh. Interesting. Oh, shit. Well, wait. No, that's not true. Hmm. What is Cauldron? To have fun with Necro builds, we have to put in twice the effort compared to other classes. That's fair. Yeah. Oh, she's gone. Hold on, I'm gonna go say hi to my girlfriend. She just got home. You know what? I'm gonna use this as an opportunity to get up and stretch. And grab a little snack too. You know what? We're gonna go all the way in. I'm gonna run ads now so we're not interrupted later. You don't miss out on any of the action of me just staring at a screen and going, what? Over and over and over again. And I will be right back. I have too many cups. Too many cups. Too many cups. Aww. Everybody, my dog is a little afraid right now. All right. Oh, this is just every unique. The Hemat Stone can be a unique charm. So you can use Hemat Stone and Night Terror or Molochs. Huh. Very interesting. YouTube chat, can somebody talk? It's been disconnecting and reconnecting, and I want to make sure it's actually connected. Twitch chat, I guess you could talk too, but obviously you're now the redheaded stepchild. Season 15 soon? Season 15 should start sometime after BlizzCon. All right, y'all are still there. Good. Okay. It's I don't even know how to like say this. Most important warlock uniques can be charms now. So double amulets galore. Oh shit, embattled aspect. Embattled. Embattled. Bug fix. Bloodwave 0.75. I don't know. I don't know how it's gonna heal without that, but we'll figure it out. Maybe 0.95. Yeah, maybe. It's hard to say. Okay. For people who didn't know, Embattled Aspect, the one that said your Fortify drain rate was increased, was just auto-healing you instantaneously if you had Fortify. Heavenly Strength nerfed, that makes sense. Ooh. Grant you unstoppable and damage reduction for 4 seconds. That has a 6-second cooldown. Eluding fucks. Whoa, hold on. Eluding is insane. It has a 6-second cooldown, but a 4-second duration. That's more than enough time to get out of the situation. You only have to kill 2 seconds. I will take an effectively permanent unstoppable that I have to play around for the cost of a utility aspect. Plus Tybalts. You really can't use Tybalts with a thing that doesn't say you can choose to become unstoppable, because not every monster actually crowd controls you. Tybalts really needs a permanent source or a source you activate on demand to feel good. But you know, it does open up automation on some builds, since the Tybalts grant you the essence gen for longer than this duration is. You're still not going to use Audacity, but it's funny. Eluding is legitimately usable. You're never going to use Heavenly Strength now? Heavenly Strength nerf is probably too much. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Rallying Reversal giving damage reduction is insane. Huh. Expectant is interesting. It's now better than Moonrise on a lot of different setups. Expectant is interesting. I don't know where it fits into most builds. Guys, I gotta be honest with you, dude. The lack of fucking buffs to Necromancer is like criminal. Let's go, okay. Let's go do some research. Helltides. Do we do tower or pit? It's so impossible to figure out what build anything is. Like, is this Sever? Or is this a mage build? Okay. For my Sever, right, so let's start off with Necro. This is going to be upsetting. Just kind of straight up. View freeze one room. View freeze one column. Sever is going to swap over to the shadow version of itself. I think Sever right now could realistically clear a 125. Surge. A 111? No way, dude. Surge can go higher than 111. The pit is where people play more stuff. Gospel of Devotee is interesting. The Mordecai! The Mord... Mordecrux. Surge doing a 116 seems wrong. Why would you ever use crushing? Damn, a 4 GA Ring of Starless Skies. Oh, it hit GA from, what's it called? Okay. I mean, this looks like a good build. What does this do? Oh, interesting. I'm going to put 120 at least. Lance. Oof, but without Blood Wave. Well, that's the problem. You would still use... I'm just going to say 120 as well. I don't know. Blood Wave, as we know. That's not real. It is done significantly higher than that. It is done a 138. So what? Wait, why is this doing this? We had a 138. Was that pit? Oh, this is this current ladder. Blight. Where am I going to put Blight? I'm going to put it similarly around 120, I guess. Nobody's running it. Can we go to here? Spear. Oh, we got clear vid? Hell yeah, brother. Get out of there, blood. Hell yeah, blood. I'm gonna similarly put Bone Spirit around 120, I guess. Bone Spirit should be like 136, right? Bone Spirit must be higher than. I don't believe that. Army of the Dead, I don't even fucking know, dude. Yeah, but this is a minion build. Oh, my diamond shining, 'cause they're really diamond. Does you have to do it yourself? I guess I'll do it myself. 121, I'll take that. Ask me how I die when I say really, really. Mages 137. Minions in general are like 136-ish. Desecrated Ground. Did we ever get a number for Desecrated Ground? I did a 119 on it. I'm gonna put 125 call it a day. Shining, cause they really shining. All right, warlocks. What? What am I looking at? Why would you ever run Seal of the Ophanum on this build? Oh, my diamond shining, cause they really diamond. Fuck that weapon. I believe that, but that's okay. What is it? Oh, these are just core skills to do Infernal Breath. Okay, so this is an Infernal Breath build. Hell Fracture should be doing like at least 125. Looney Tech. So I'm confused.
Commander? What do you seek?
Huh. I get it. Okay. That's cool. Is it normal that tower clears are lower? So the pit, you have 15 minutes to run them. The tower, you only have 10 minutes to run them. There, you should never be able to run. Also, in the pit, you get to pick up the stone that gets you a bunch of progress by killing monsters while you're doing it. Your pit clears should be, like, noticeably higher and faster than your tower clears. Yeah, you have 33% less time to run it. No problem. This is very cool. People using Sin Demon bugs, dude. That's very cool. So Tyrant's Grasp is 142-ish. The Sentinel, well, it's not Sentinels, it's I-beams. Yeah, the pit is not the competitive, like, clearing metric. A Fracture can do 130 with the Abyss version. At least. That's Apocalypse at 144. You don't get the pylons, no. You just ignore them in almost every circumstance. Eviscerate. How would I even see this? Hellion? I don't know. Blazing Scream. But as a Blazing Scream build, not this one. Blazing Scream minimum can do 135, I think. Agrom. But I need it to be Agrom. A bombardment build? Hell yeah, brother. I'm gonna be nice and just say like this. I don't even know what I'm looking at there. $5. Doom will call 120. Would Eviscerate want Rampage? Typically. What up, chicken? Okay. Apocalypse. Blazing Scream. Tyrants. Apocalypse. Blazing Scream. Rinse. Fracture. Something new entirely. It's around 140 for Blazing Scream. What up, Kadan? For necroanalysis, sad. Mages, Bloodwave, minions in general. Mages, Bloodwave, minion zoo. Shadow Surfer? Am I creating a new build? No, this is an analysis of the patch notes. Tons of new uniques that are blasts from the past and all look very interesting in comparison to what uniques currently offer. Oh yeah, I had to like do the math here. 21.3. So we go from 28 to 56, so it doubles. So this says 42.6% dexterity increase. So hold on. %, dex. And you gain and you gain a 1.4.5. Okay. How much dex do we get up to? We'll do it on Sever, because Sever has a crit node anyways. This is what we typically get. And if I were to take this and do Emerald, and take this and everywhere I could 950. No, wait, hold on. So it's... Yes, okay. Devotee. We'd get equal to 950. multiplied by 1.426. We're gonna end up with 1,300 decks. Considering we currently gain 2.4 and 5.7, 2.4, 5.7. Wait. 2.4, 5.7. 2.4, 5.7. So sorry. This is equal to this divided by this. It's equal to this divided by this. Okay. This thing's nothing. At least it's nothing in the current format. Fuck me, dude. Damn, dude. Okay. What are my thoughts so far? Can you narrow down the question? Actually, you know what? We're about to do a recap, so that might actually that might answer everything. So let's go ahead and give it a shot. Is there anything to look forward to in the Necromancer? We should not draw conclusions about what the season will look like when we haven't even played it in the PTR yet. That is like a surefire way to get upset about things that will change. Which is what I'm going to spend at least 2 minutes of this video re-explaining. Because it is something that basically needs to be brought up every single time. Let's go ahead and get into it. Let's go ahead and get into it. Okay. Everything I'm about to say is not clickbait, it's not rage bait, it's not overly hype. We need to talk about this. We just got the patch notes for the upcoming PTR for Season 15 of Diablo 4. This will be going live somewhere around September 15th if the current Battle Pass is anything to be believed. And most notably, the changes in this patch notes are somehow contingent on news that will be coming out during BlizzCon. There is a where do I even say it? Okay. Let's go ahead and get the weird hype mystery thing out of the way right off the bat. We just got the patch notes for the upcoming PTR for Season 15 of Diablo 4. For anybody who doesn't know what a PTR is, it's a public test realm where we go in, play with all the new toys, report on what's broken, report on what's too powerful, report on what's too weak, and inevitably Blizzard will take all of that feedback and make pretty drastic changes. So a lot of people are very doom and gloom right now. Just remember, just because we have the memory of goldfish in this community, there are always massive changes after the PTR. Okay, great. Let's talk about the fact that in this PTR, though, there is a note saying that a lot of what we're going to be seeing in the PTR is actually contingent on secret content that will be revealed at BlizzCon. I don't know how they're tying a random one-off season to a BlizzCon announcement as far as balance changes, game mechanics changes, but it's very obvious that something big is coming. As far as anybody who has told me anything about BlizzCon, which is very, very limited, this is an event to look out for, and the fact that they're tying this season to it is very exciting. If you've never seen one of my videos like this before, I'm going to be going over the general changes and the need to know things for walking into the PTR. I'm also going to be doing a deep dive analysis both for the Warlock and, to a much lesser extent, the Necromancer. Not because I love the class any less, in fact I love it altogether that much more. They just kind of forgot about our class again, and it's starting to make me angry, but that's okay. Let's talk about the most important need to know things. If you just want to skip around to things like the Warlock or the Necromancer deep dive, there are timestamps down below. Let's go ahead and get into it. We're going back to a version of seasonal power. We're going to be able to acquire things in the season that are temporary for the season. These ones are going to be the introduction of new socketables. These are not gems, they're splinters. And each one of the splinters can go into a piece of jewelry. Most notably, they're also bringing back a bunch of legacy uniques like the Crown of King Leoric. And the Crown of King Leoric counts as a piece of jewelry, so ostensibly you'll be able to put these in there. Now, each one of the different splinters has some kind of either really niche use case or a kiss curse mechanic. You're going to gain attack speed and crit chance, but you're going to have to deal with resource issues. You're going to be able to drastically increase your gold drop rate, your crafting drop rate, and your bonus experience, but you'll be weakened and vulnerable. Some of these are going to be used for speed farming and doing open world content. Some of them are going to be for pushing. There's one in here that basically says you can't crit, but you're going to do double damage. A much needed power increase for the majority of dot builds in the game. We don't know how we're going to acquire these. Almost certainly there will be a seasonal progression line. It also says that we'll be able to craft these from the rare all the way up to the unique versions of them. So this also means it's going to be our first time seeing a seasonal mechanic that will engage with the Herodric Cube. So hopefully we get a lot more of that moving forward. The list of soul splinters that they have revealed to us are all here. Now, most times there have typically been more things than revealed in these patch notes, so I wouldn't be surprised if there are other options. Keep an eye out for this. I'll include a link to this down in the description in the pinned comment if you want to read them yourselves. I'm not going to belabor the point. They're also adding in challenge dungeons, which are most notably testing a base mechanic for something else that we don't currently know. So in the PTR, we're basically going to get a random portal will open up. We walk in, there's a boss. We can pick one of 3 difficulties, and it will increase that boss's difficulty, like monster level, and then increase the rewards that we get. But because this explicitly is tied to something that is not yet revealed, we're actually just testing that mechanic, and this thing won't actually be in the upcoming season. They changed the word open world to overland. I hate this, but that's besides the point. We're going to get randomly ambushed by very powerful monsters out in the open world. Now, they've been adding in things like the Hellborn and Lord Zir's, hell. Now, we've had things like this. We have the Hellborn and Helltide. We had Lord Zir's little guys that basically became the Hellborn and the Helltide. We have the Butcher that randomly shows up. But it looks like a new contender is also going to be available to randomly hunt us. Now, the interesting thing is that it says it will straight up tell you when it's going to happen, and you have 30 seconds to either get ready to fight them or run away. I don't know of a situation where you'd end up running away from free content, but I'm really hoping that this thing kind of just kicks our ass. Like I alluded to, they're going to be bringing in a lot of legacy uniques. These are like Leoric's Crown, Nemesis Braces, Ring of Royal Grandeur, the Stone of Jordan, and then Squirt's Necklace as Squirt's Blouse, and for some reason Squirt's Blouse is somehow grosser than Squirt's Necklace, but regardless, we did get a look at 3 of the ones that are coming out here. Nemesis Bracers are actually fairly interesting. They're very similar to what they were in Diablo 3, where shrines are going to spawn elite packs. Now, the difference between greater rifts and stuff like the Tower in the Pit are very, very different in Diablo 4, but I like the idea that there are a lot of uniques here that aren't just immediately put them on and do double damage, and are instead interesting build-arounds. Leoric's Crown counts as jewelry, and any gems that you put in are double effective. As a mythic, it would be 130% effective. The issue here being that gems put into King of Leoric's Crown would grant you resistances if the crown counts as a jewelry piece, and you would never put extra resistances into a crown, you would just put damage reduction or damage. The introduction of these very, very weird and off-the-cuff uniques here, like Henry's Perquisition is going to give you percentage dex and then scale your primary stat according to your dexterity. I run the math on the Necromancer, and this thing basically says 85% additional damage and 3,000 intelligence. Now, I still wouldn't use it, but that is very interesting. It morphs how you would build your character. I'm hoping that all of these legacy uniques not only continue to deliver on these very weird and interesting things, but on top of that, actually mark a change in what uniques look like in Diablo 4. Every unique right now basically says your skill now actually does what it's supposed to and double or triple its damage. Meaning that you play one skill and you put on your unique for your one skill, and if you don't have that, you feel bad. The thing that ostensibly they were trying to get away with, the thing that they were trying to get away from with the skill tree changes. But these things are actually interesting. They are agnostic, they are generic, but they do interesting things as opposed to just immediately deliver you power. I'm hoping that things like Leoric's Crown might be able to work with these splinters to double their effectiveness. Maybe it has some kind of place to fit in there. We haven't seen the other uniques, but things like Ariok's Needle from Diablo 2, Henry's Perquisition, like we already talked about, Ingeome from Diablo 3, which is confusing because I thought that we got Eldarin, which was basically Ingeome, so I don't know what we're going to do with 2 Ingeomes. My thing that I'm the most excited for is definitely Messerschmitt's Reaver from Diablo 2. This is an insanely awesome axe that you never get to use, so I'm excited to give it a second life in this game. Now that we have had Mythics 3.0, we're getting Mythics 3.0 Patch 1. They are changing the vast majority of ways that we engage with mythics, and they're kind of melding together their original idea of how rare and how difficult it would be to get them versus the ability to actually acquire them and equip them as you find them. The long and short is that we are going to be able to take a unique item and directly one-to-one upgrade it to mythic. Did you find a sick 4GA Bloodless Scream like I did and then go, oh, this sucks because it's not mythic? You could just take that bad boy and bump it up to mythic. Now, if you transfigure it and it becomes unmodifiable, you won't be able to do this. So transfigure continues to be a very end game focused crafting option, as opposed to what I see people kind of doing, which is just tossing everything in there and then blowing all the materials. Stop that. You're ruining your own fun. But that being said, this mythic that you one-to-one a unique up into in the cube is going to be cheaper to do, but it will have the crafted tag, meaning you can only equip one of these. But any other mythics that you drop, as well as mythics that you generate from any other of the cube recipes, like the boss trophies, adding on to that the jewelry crafter and the blacksmith won't be crafted. So if you go generate a bunch of mythics from the blacksmith, you can equip all of them. They have changed the blacksmith so that it's no longer just the iconic mythics. He can instead just craft a random mythic of any kind that your character can have. The jeweler, along with the expenditure of runes, is where you go to hone in on the items that you want. You'll still be able to craft from an item slot, so an amulet or a one-handed weapon type, and it will be random within that slot. But again, these won't be crafted. It's a lot more targeted than the blacksmith, which is just a complete roll of the dice. And you can equip as many of these as you want. I think this is a pretty happy medium. I myself personally hated the fact that by the time they made all the changes that they did, I just went and farmed the new boss about 100 times and then just rolled 200 mythics off the top and then just fully kitted out my character. I don't think that the entirety of your character should come from the Horadric Cube while you're sitting in town. The actual going out and farming of the items and the materials to come back to town to craft with is the thing that makes a lot more sense to me. This is probably going to be their most this is probably going to be the most divisive set of changes. I'm definitely on the side of let me farm gear as opposed to just make gear in a cube. Some people just hate the fact that they don't have perfect gear on day 2. Let me know what you think down in the comments. Adding on to this fact, the little mythic charms that we saw that were there for a day and then gone are going to become permanent additions to the game. Mythic charms will be stronger than the base charms. There is no way to craft them. These are purely God GG drops out in the wild. I think that's a really, really good addition. If you have played through this season and the number of charms that we get, you know that one, you're eventually going to get the charm that you need. But not only that, it kind of sucks having to hold on to all of these charms, and knowing that there's a mythic down the road means I don't have to hold on to all of these. I just get the base one that I need, and then the moment I find a mythic version of it, I slot that in. Not only that, they're actually adding a ton of the various uniques that couldn't previously be charms as charms in the game. There are 16 charms that can now There are 16 uniques currently in the game that can now become charms, and 8 of the new uniques that they're adding in also can become charms, with a total of 24 new unique charms that you can go make. These include things like the Hemat Stone on Warlock, which is, first off, buffed to the absolute moon, but is a really build-defining unique that is finally in there, and that opens up a lot of itemization choices on that class. Oh, are you a Necromancer enjoyer? They made the Morticrux a unique charm. Okay, moving on. Probably one of the most requested functions from Diablo 3, and since I didn't really play that game, I don't understand why people love it so damn much, but it sounds like this is a fan favorite. They're adding in Rebirth. This takes an eternal character that you had from last season and turns it 1-to-1 into a new level 1 progression reset character in the season. It keeps all your cosmetic choices. If you put on an item, it will keep all the transmog choices that you made, and it will also maintain a complete runtime of all of your time played on that character. So now you get to have this legacy character that you continue to carry through season to season. I personally like to have my list of every single Necromancer I've ever made, and I actually just ran out of room now that I play more than one class. So I guess I'm going to start creating new Necros from the last one that I had. I guess that's okay. I kind of like seeing the new playtime and acting as if I have a whole new character to add to my legacy. So let me know if you think that like this was needed in the game. And I think a lot of D3 players said yes, absolutely. Or if you're an old timer like me and you just kind of like to see your whole list of characters. This is, I think, the biggest smoking gun, like absolutely ridiculous. Why did they add this to the game thing that is pointing to massive changes in the game? So if I'm right, if I big brained this, I want you to know I said it first. They're adding mailboxes to the game. They say that they're adding mailboxes to the game, and I quote, "is a new way for the Diablo 4 team to deliver rewards and messages directly to your account. During the PTR, you'll receive an early commemorative reward to help us test a new system. The Horadric Post will occasionally contain important deliveries directly to your account, carrying rewards, supplies, and commemorative items." Yeah, of course. You guys remember all of the reward, supplies, and commemorative items that we typically get to our character, but we didn't have a mailbox to go get them. Remember all those things that have never happened ever? Twitch drops, if you watch on Twitch, those typically cosmetic drops, automatically unlock on your character. We already have the items getting delivered to your stash if they weren't picked up, so you don't lose out on them. All of the in-game notifications for events run the moment that you get to the character select screen. And other than like emails about surveys, I guess, there isn't anything that the Diablo 4 devs currently deliver to us that are any of these things. This little blurb here makes it sound like that happens all of the time, and it's literally not a thing that happens in this game. Here's what I think. This mailbox that looks eerily similar to the World of Warcraft Stormwind mailbox is the first signs of in-game asynchronous trading or an auction house. That's what I think is coming. That's what I think is going to be a massive reveal at BlizzCon, just like a huge overhaul of the game itself. To be able to stay current with not only other live service games, but to bring a lot of much needed quality of life. I don't want to get overhyped, but the only reason for there to be a mailbox in the game is to send me the items I trade with from you. That's the only thing I can think of. That's it. That's my conspiracy. Now, if you're new to the channel or you haven't watched one of these videos in a while, what I attempt to do based off of the balance changes to each class is categorize the exact mathematical impact that each one of them will have across all of the meta builds. On top of that, what I do is attempt to come down with general takeaways for the classes that I cover, and then also talk about best builds walking into the PTR and new builds that we're going to want to investigate. Now, here's a second warning. When I say these are the best builds, I do not mean for Season 15. I mean the most powerful builds that we expect to see in the PTR, be able to level set and to be able to generate feedback and critique in comparison to. Add on to that, these are the builds that I think, based off the changes, are interesting enough or are viable enough for us to now go and investigate as legitimate build-arounds. None of this is my prediction for what builds will do in Season 15. There is always a massive amount of additional changes, and since we know a lot of the changes that are coming in the season are somehow tied to BlizzCon, I would expect even more than what we typically expect. All right, that's my last disclaimer. Let's try to, and this is going to be difficult, categorize all of the changes coming to the Warlock. The Necromancer is going to be very fast at the end. They basically changed like 6 things. The Warlock, on the other hand, has a scroll bar with changes potentially ranging between, 3 to 23 pit tiers worth of power. At first, when you look at the changes coming to the Warlock, every line just made my jaw drop further and further, with me multiple times just straight up DMing the devs and going, y'all really cooked with this one. And then I hit the balance changes after that, and I think they broke the game. This is not hyperbole. Some of these things are just very interesting. They're going to make it so that Metamorphosis actually burns you while we're using our free variant. That's going to have some impact, like we're going to have to actually choose which kind of Metamorphosis demon we're going to use. That makes sense. It was a little bit too strong. Sigil of Summons will actually do damage based off of the skill ranks of our Hellworm. Previously it didn't. That also makes sense. It was a little bit too powerful and then it fell off in the end game. Now you'll be able to scale it. A lot of different things changed that will just make the build incredibly less clunky. Dark Prison's Chain Aura, Bombardment's Endless Barrage. They made a lot of the skills that you would think should be instant cast, most notably things like Dark Prison with the Chain Aura around you, Bombardment with Endless Barrage, a thing you just kind of cast to keep it going, and Sigil of Chaos when that was also centered on you. All of a sudden, we're getting move while casting on a lot of the utility skills we wanted to use, a thing a lot of people were asking for. They're also just straight up bringing in interesting skill tags, like Doom will now have the Sigil skill tag. So all of a sudden we'll be able to slot in Doom to Occult Apocalypse builds or just straight up build into it. That feels amazing. Molten Bomb is going to make it so that there are areas that will grant you Shadow Form, something that all of our Shadow Form stealth builds were drastically missing. bringing in huge buffs to Infernal Breath, a skill that's a little bit underrepresented and a lot of people had a lot of interest in building around, and now it's going to get some of that additional power. Dreadclaws is going to have a legitimate Eviscerate setup. These all sound pretty good, right? Summon Volok's not going to cost as much. Abodian is going to deal significantly more damage, and in addition to that, its AI has been fixed and it gains unhindered, meaning that he will be able to directly run in and attack elites as opposed to getting stuck at the end of a hallway. Similarly, Agrom is going to see that same thing. These numbers start to get like a little bit crazy, right? Like the Legion Shard, the Eviscerate Fragment is going to go from a 2% chance to trigger up to 5%. That doesn't sound like a lot, but it's going to go from doing 200% damage to 1,000. All of a sudden, our lesser demons are going to be shredding enemies. This is like really great. A new glyph to be able to further maintain our dominance generation. This is awesome. Then again to legendary aspects, and every single one of them just starts saying more and more and more insane stuff. Like here, they slightly buffed Fathomless Dark. That's the aspect that says do a percentage of your shadow resistance as additional damage for Abyss skills. It wasn't great, but this ends up being like a 2 to 3% increase on certain builds. And then you see this one, and this is when you should start to understand that like things are getting a little bit kooky here. Deeper Shadows aspect is now going to give you 50% Shadow Res, and Immolation aspect is going to give you 50% Fire Res. Deeper Shadows was something that you would transfigure onto your amulet for any build that was looking to use Night Terror to get up to the maximum of 15 stacks of Shadow Form. Deeper Shadows now also increases your shadow resistance by 50%. So all of a sudden, our Fathomless Dark aspect, which used to come out to somewhere around like a 60-62% damage multiplier, is now closer to a 70 to 80% multiplier, further increasing how many aspects the Warlock had available to it, which was actually a very restrictive total combination. But here's the thing, all of this is well and good, and like, yeah, sure, they added more DR to Diabolic. All of a sudden, the Scorn aspect, which we use on a ton of builds, now grants damage reduction. And Misfortune now grants even more damage reduction. And Sadistic now also grants you maximum life. That's kind of insane, but like really powerful. All of our utility aspects all of a sudden have damage scaling on them. Gorefeast aspect, the one that you run for your Eviscerate builds, now grants 50% increased damage for your Eviscerate. On a utility aspect. Okay, that's, yeah, I mean, like, that's like pretty strong, sure. What about the overwhelming aspect? Let me show you what overwhelming used to look like, because overwhelming is one of the biggest aspects that we wanted to use on our builds and just kind of couldn't. So overwhelming said you would deal 2.2x your damage to elite monsters, but it would consume stacks of overpower. If the monster was hexed, it wouldn't. The big issue is that most of our builds that would have overpower stacks and would be doing damage with these skills on a hex build also were running things that said that your hex stacks fell off, and also if you would gain or lose overpower stacks, it was a random roll of what would happen. And what ended up being what should have been a very powerful aspect just really didn't work in most circumstances. Now, this says that occult skills, the majority of skills that are doing hex and wanted to use overwhelming in the first place, are going to do 17% increased damage against an elite monster per stack of overpower that you have. And this is doubled against hexed targets. Do you know how many stacks of overpower you used to be able to get up to? Spoiler alert, they drastically increased this number with other changes. You used to be able to get up to about 14 stacks. So 14 stacks of overpower multiplied by 17 is 238% increased damage. If the target is hexed, that is doubled. So it's 476. This says a 5.76 multiplier, and you could put this on a two-handed weapon. This now says 11 times your damage. The next strongest aspect you could put in a slot like this would a little bit more than double your damage. So in respect to the aspect you have to lose to get this, we are going to multiply occult skill damage by 6 times. single aspect changed that. Okay, sure, they made a bunch of aspects stronger, like, yeah, whatever, that's fine, that's fine. Let's look at Nefarious Aspect. Nefarious Aspect before didn't say altogether that much. Let's go ahead and look at Nefarious. Nefarious used to say becoming crowd controlled while you have Shadow Form stacks would consume a stack to instead crowd control the attacker, and that you would become immune to that for an amount of time. It's an aspect you've never put on a single character because why would you? Nefarious now says if you have Shadow Form stacks, all incoming damage is converted to shadow damage, and you have a chance to steal the unstoppable status from the monster that hit you. And while you have stealth, small missiles don't hurt you anymore. This is PoE level nonsense of damage conversion and effects that have never existed in the game. They also made one for volatile and fire damage. If you have volatility, which you always do on a Hellfire build, all direct damage is converted to fire damage, and it has a chance to fortify you for a huge amount of your maximum life. Now, if you remember those utility aspects that give you 50% shadow res and 50% fire res, and also those aspects that scale off of your resistances, what if I told you you could effectively convert almost all of the damage you would take to fire damage and stack fire resistance in your jewelry, a thing you would already do because you wanted to offset the burning damage that you were taking, and now you can become nearly invincible or as little damage possible from a damage source as you possibly could, offloading a ton of your survivability issues and then being able to stack on more damage to the rest of your gear, all while gaining an additional benefit from a utility aspect you're going to put on your boots. The Warlock is cooking, y'all. Then we need to talk about all of the uniques that they buffed. You remember Night Terror? Night Terror was an absolutely insanely powerful amulet that has a mythic that you would get double on with like triple or quadruple your damage. They buffed that one too. They buffed everything. They buffed literally everything. All of the uniques for skills that sucked, they buffed them even further. Did you want to play a Hellion Sting build? Well, they made Nails of Gore Crown just strictly better, and also Hellion Sting will burst out at enemies when you eviscerate them, and also Hellion Sting gains eviscerate chance until you successfully eviscerate, meaning that you can just build the Hellion Sting eviscerate build and then get AoE eviscerates out of it. This is everything. Infernal Homunculus is now going to drastically increase your Archfiend skills. It's also going to make it so that casting an Archfiend skill will activate all the lesser demon bonuses that they have, like Vulnerable and Generating Wrath and Applying Slow, etc. Not only that, though, what about Elegy? Do you remember Elegy? Elegy sucks the moon out of the sky. It's quite literally an unusable item because it increased your damage by 30% and gave you a variant for Blazing Scream you already wanted to be using yourself. Now, Elegy, and the math on this is crazy. Elegy now says that Blazing Scream is an Archfiend skill, meaning that it now works with your Infernal Homunculus for a greater than 2x multiplier here. On top of that, they increase the damage value that it can get. Blazing Scream still gets that Skull Splitter variant for free, and the lesser demon skulls that they fire out now do the damage of the primary skull. Rank 1 Blazing... Hold on. Rank 1 Blazing Scream does 130% weapon damage, and the lesser skulls do 30% weapon damage. You get 6 of them every time that you cast the skill. They can bounce and hit enemies twice. The regular Blazing Scream head also hits enemies twice as it passes through it and can also bounce. Before, the lesser skulls equated to a little bit of an increase in total damage in comparison. And now with this and the fact that we're going to be swapping over to using the Infernal Homunculus and the base damage of all of these effects and how we're going to be scaling the skill with this weapon combo, multiplied our damage against a single target by 9 times total damage. That's a conservative estimate. Every single unique item that you just never used because they just weren't good had me doing this level of analysis across all of them. Remember Gauntlets of Sheol, the ones that said that Fiend of Abaddon eats all of your greater demons? So if you're using it with the Seeds of Horizon set to summon all of the Soul Shard demons, they'd all get eaten and you wouldn't get any of their benefits? Well, now, luckily, Fiend of Abaddon actually just sacrifices Archfiend summons periodically, doing its damage around them and giving it a damage scaler up to 8.5 multiplier, and that's before a mythic, and that lasts for a minute. Backpack Hellfire Fiend of Abaddon build. It's on the menu. Every single item you read, every single change you read was more and more and more of this. So, sorry for setting it up in that way. I really needed to highlight how insanely hype I am for playing the Warlock. A lot of people don't like the Warlock, and that's understandable. It's a very complex class. It has a lot of slow animations. It has a lot of setup. The last season, if you didn't play it because you didn't like it at expansion launch, during this season, if you didn't play it because you didn't like it at expansion launch, they had already drastically shaved down the rough edges, where basically every single buff that you had lasts for 20 seconds, so you're not clicking things every 2 to 3 seconds to get your effects. These changes, along with the being able to move while casting your utility skills, along with the insane amount of utility and power that they've put into the uniques, means that there are so many new builds that we are going to be testing in the PTR with such great names as Laser Beams, Warhound Abodian, where you constantly ride this guy. It's too much. I'm going to make a Dark Prison build where I just kill people in dark prisons, and then if they survive, I put them in another dark prison, because how dare you leave my first dark prison? And that's why the list of buffs to at least the current meta builds, as well as trying to understand the impact that's going to have on some of the other ones, is so long. So right here, what do I got for you? There's a lot of numbers on the board. If you've never seen this, the way that I do it is I take the increase in total power. So like Hell Fracture, if my estimates, which again might be conservative, is accurate, Hell Fracture is going to be doing 27 times the amount of damage that it currently is. If you take that number, you take the log of that divided by the log of the increase in power for each tower tier, that comes out to be 12 expected increased tower pit tiers. The same build, just modified for the new season, will now be this much stronger. You might also notice that things like Blazing Scream and Apocalypse, I'm estimating to go above pit tier 150. Now, I expect things to be different walking out of the PTR, but walking into the PTR, that's insane. I'm going to very quickly recap. I'm going to very quickly go over the key takeaways for the Warlock. You could just stop and pause the video. I'm basically going to be reading from here. There are big changes coming to Metamorphosis, where we're going to much more likely be using Sin and Abyss. We're much more likely going to be using the Terror Demon and the Sin Demon. Hellfire builds will continue to use the Hellfire version, the B variant of Metamorphosis, but it now will be a question of, can you use Metamorphosis as opposed to just slotting it into every build for free? That being said, though, with the change to the Apotheosis hands, you can actually gain all the Metamorphosis benefits, but from base demon form. So there's going to be a lot of builds that don't even need to have Metamorphosis, but will still fully be in demon form. I expect there to be a lot of different approaches to a lot of the builds that we currently have. Classes gained access to additional ways to be able to proc vulnerable. This is one of the weaknesses on the class and typically required us to use a cursed touch. Now you'll just be able to use a sigil for it. We've gotten a few more tools for being able to generate dominance, and based on our dominance being able to empower our builds, most notably with the new superiority Paragon Glyph. I'm very interested to see what we can realistically generate for dominance, because there's a lot of builds that would love to be able to spam demons a lot more and just really haven't been able to. I think that any build that can build into Occult Abyss or Occult Hellfire should and will, and they're going to just do gajillions of damage. We're going to see the negative infinity symbol on some of our screens here. With a lot of our utilities and some of our defensive aspects actually getting an increased amount of additional damage on them, as well as damage reduction on them, you're going to very easily be able to choose to just slot in another 20 to 30 damage reduction by transfiguring an aspect onto your amulet, which is kind of crazy. I do think it's important to note that there are a lot of people who try to find ways to be able to survive, but aren't willing to sacrifice damage to do so. And a lot of these utility aspects were already great on builds and will now be able to help incrementally solve those problems for you. Just to reiterate, we have Path of Exile style damage swapping on aspects you're going to transfigure onto your amulet that you were going to do anyways. That's just nutty. It's not going to be able to solve the damage of dot builds. So just like in PoE where you have to deal with all this, but you still take chaos or poison damage, or you only take chaos or poison damage, we're going to be able to make incredibly tanky builds that will get eaten alive by on-ground dots. So it's going to be one of those things where it's going to be one of those things where it's a choice between surviving most stuff and having to be nimble on your feet, or running it the old-fashioned way and just building up a bulwark of barrier and healing, etc. I do think that Hand of Apotheosis might be too good, and that's funny to say, but sincerely, I think it might be too good. Just getting a huge amount of demonology damage, scaling a huge amount of additional maximum life for free, getting unstoppable, and the dominance cost reduction, because it starts at 20% with the gloves. It goes up to 40% with the gloves, but also with them as mythics, it's 130% of 20. So it's 46% reduction. Dominance costs are going to be nearly half of what they are right now, and that's from gloves without even needing to build into Metamorphosis. Oh, they let a lot of our uniques become charms, and they're too powerful. The Hemat Stone made its way onto the vast majority of occultist builds, and what it did was increase the bonuses that you got from Command Valak as well as your Fragment by 100%, and then with the Mythic version it would increase your skill damage by 39%. Now, that being said, the bonuses to Valak and the Shard itself were already good enough, so just as an example here, putting on Valak with Hemat Stone up would grant us 4 maximum overpower stacks, a huge amount of maximum wrath, and then also overcap our overpower by an additional 2. So again, on the Hell Fracture build, I get up to 14 overpower stacks with Command Valak in this current place. Add on to that though, 200% wrath generation, which is just insane. And then also the Abyssal Fragment goes from 25% of your damage would echo all the way up to 50% of your damage would echo. Your Occult Abyss skills will also apply 2 stacks of Hex, getting your engine going even faster. So what did they change? The Hemat Stone now works for Command Valak and the Shard and the Fragment. So if you don't remember what the Shard itself said, the Shard itself gave you additional damage for occult skills per stack of overpower, as well as additional size of your skills, making your single area thing hit the entire screen. Now, this as well will be increased from the same power of Hemat Stone, but they went even further. Hemat Stone is now a triple potency as opposed to just a double potency, and then add on to that, they buffed the bonus to occult skills. They could have done just this, and half of our occult builds would have been fine in the meta. Just this one item change. But they let this be a charm. In the list of new uniques which can be charms, you actually see quite a few of them from the Warlock itself. Agrom Schism, Eye of Baal. For the Necromancer, you have Gospel of the Devotee. You have Hand of Apotheosis. For the Warlock, you have Hellhound Sabotage. You have the Infernal Homunculus. Rictus of Terror. For general classes, you have Shard of Rathiel and the Signet of Pelgain. You have the Hemat Stone. For the Necromancer, you have Mortarcrux. Remember when I said that earlier? Yeah, it pisses me off too. It also has the additional new uniques that are coming to the game, 8 of them here. But Hemat Stone as your charm in your setup means that, especially on a Hellfire occult build, you can now run Moloch's Beating Heart for the insane scalar that thing gives. This is nutty. I wish I could say something smarter. There's nothing smart to say. This is just insane. So what builds in the PTR do I think are going to very quickly show themselves to be incredibly powerful? I think most notably, you're going to be seeing Blazing Scream jump all the way up. I guess blazing and screaming up the leaderboards here. Apocalypse for sure. Tyrant's Grasp, Hell Fracture, and I think something entirely new. There's already a ton of different Profane Sentinel, but as the Archfiend version of the build that are making their way up the leaderboard in the current game, and those builds are also getting stronger. So for builds that I expect to see pop up in the meta in a more meaningful way, We just straight up have Dark Prison. We have a Hellfire Doom build. We have Infernal Breath as a full build around. We have Abaddon as a Hellfire minion build. So him actually running out and swiping things and doing damage. I just wrote one of the builds as Laser Beams. I think you know which one I'm talking about. It's Profane Sentinel about his Archfiend. That thing just got insanely stronger. Hellion Sting as a full build around as opposed to just a generator of Eviscerate procs. Backpack Abaddon, a build that I was very excited to play and was sad to see just didn't get enough support when the game initially released. Warhound Abodian. I didn't even talk about Abodian because it was just so insane. Hellhound Sabatons. They've made it so that Abodian is going to do more than triple your damage with a mythic version of it on, and also that while riding on Abodian, your non-Archfiend Hellfire skills will periodically trigger off of you. So Backpack Abaddon, you on Abodian, you just firing off Hellfire skills. Add on to that, its cooldown is going to be reduced while using this item as well. So we're going to be like nearly permanently riding around on Abodian. This could make way for that like automated Blazing Scream, Brimstone, Abodian, wrangle them up and let the bombs explode on them type of build that people have wanted to play. I think there's a lot that can happen with this. Oh, and then Bombardment. Bombardment is a perfectly fine build. I think it does like 125 right now. It's what I originally had as a minion build before Agrom was powerful enough, and it just got stronger. It's unique, which explodes lesser demons, but had a static value, is no longer static. So the mythic version is now going to be able to further increase that. It's going to do like nearly 10 times Bombardment's damage. So the build's going to be around trying to get lesser demons out as fast as possible and then blowing them up with Bombardment. I'm excited to see what it does. And now we have the Necromancer. Now, with everything that I just said about the Warlock, surely the Necromancer patch notes are going to be long and forthcoming. I will say that there are a couple of buffs. I will say that there are a couple of bug fixes, most notably with the Undercrown that wasn't giving us as many of the Skeleton Warriors that it was supposed to. That is now going to work properly. So you're going to see a slight bump up there. But the changes that came to the Necromancer are just sad. First and foremost, they're going to change our core stat scaler. Basically, this is 22% more damage for free. You don't have to look deeper into it. We're just going to straight up do about a quarter more damage. A quarter more damage is nothing to sneeze at for free, but well, let's get to the rest of it. Sever's projectiles are now going to better overlap with your enemies. Basically, before, if you cast it at an enemy, it would very often stop beforehand and then swipe at them. But a lot of Sever's damage actually comes from traveling through enemies. It sounds like Sever will now land on the opposing side of an enemy, meaning it will travel through your target and then swing its scythe, dealing damage close enough that it will hit that target. In addition to that, they have increased Reaping Lotus's area of effect and the damage on it. There has been a pretty generic but massive change in the item Azurath, where it no longer deals damage in an area and instead just deals damage to individual frozen targets, killing Azurath for every single build. I don't know who ruined it. I assumed it was rogues. But because of this, we had a lot of frozen-based builds, especially in this season, that I think are going to go by the wayside. So I assume that Sever is going to go back over to Darkness Shadow scaling and we'll be using Reaping Lotus. In this season, unbeknownst to all of us, the effect of Desecrated Ground all of a sudden could stack. Back in the day, it couldn't stack, and then randomly it could stack, and then it went back to not being able to stack, and now it can again. That's where the Big D Bone Spirit or Desecrated Bone Spirit build that I posted on YouTube, if you haven't seen it, I guess you could go check that out. There's a reason why that one just came into existence, because all of a sudden, Desecrated Ground started stacking, and this is by far our strongest damage over time effect. They are drastically buffing the Desecrated Ground from Bone Prison and Bloodwave. Now, Bloodwave or Shadow Surfer is probably the only new build on the horizon. People are already messing around with it now because it can stack, and Bloodwave tends to get a lot of scaling available to it. I'm not super convinced, but I will say base damage of 800% is definitely high enough to warrant investigation. Blight is seeing a much needed buff, although it's kind of funny. It's getting a buff for the thing that it's already good at. The Piercing Darkness, or the primary variant of Blight, is now going to make it so that Blight does 75% increased damage to bosses. And with this change here, I'm hoping that it will work with Ebon Piercer. This doesn't always work. In fact, right now there is a bug currently stopping the Blight build from doing about 40% more damage. That being said, also in the current season, there is a bug that makes it so that Ebon Piercer does the entirety of its dot damage every single tick. So that's like too strong and overperforming, and the build is still mid. In addition to that, though, Blight's Whirlpool variant, which is just an amazing utility skill, it kind of just pulls the entire screen together, is now going to cost less essence as well, not only making it easier to cast for the Blight variants that want to do cold damage, but also just using it as utility won't drain your resources as much. They also buffed Soul Rift, and they also buffed Unmaker. I'm gonna make an Unmaker build. It's not gonna be good, but I'm gonna do it. Unmaker right now at least suffers from a bug where if you change Soul Rift down to the cold version of it, so it does instances of damage when it freezes stuff, if you trigger Unmaker, Unmaker still does shadow damage. And while some of our damage effects increase both shadow and cold, all of them don't. So it makes it literally useless. So hopefully there's a way where we could actually make this work. One of the more valuable changes that are coming are to the Black Shroud set. The 2-piece set bonus said that you do 75% of your shadow or cold damage as damage over time over a 30-second duration. So if you did like 100 damage, it would divide 100 by 60 and then do that damage twice per second. So doing like, I don't know, like 2 or 3 damage. It is effectively a 75% damage increase as long as the monster lasts for exactly 30 seconds. If it lasts for less time than that, it is a lower damage multiplier. If they last for longer than that, you get the full value of it, but inevitably some of the damage that you dealt dropped off. So it's not actually a 75% damage multiplier. And also it only works for our skills. It doesn't work for like things that we do which would do shadow damage. The change that they've made is that it will now only take 10 seconds to do its full damage. The benefit here is that while this doesn't change how much dot you're applying to them, it changes how much damage it does per tick. So monsters dying faster has the added benefit of more of their life than dot being gone. So we get the bonus from the 5-piece set as well. So this is altogether very good. How do you calculate it? I'd put it up at like roughly a 20-something% increase effective damage, because there's just a lot of circumstances where you're killing monsters too quickly, where you didn't even care about the dot damage, and some fights that go on for so long where sure, you got the full benefit of it, but again, a lot of it fell off at the end. We're also making a pretty big improvement to Radament's Desecration. Radament's Desecration just gives you more damage as a 2-set bonus. The 2-set bonus gave you 30% damage, which, while it brought a lot of utility to the build, is just a hilariously small amount. If you go look at any other set on any other class, the 2-set bonus only offering 30% was paltry. It now offers 50%. The 5-piece bonus now offers 250%. This altogether is like a decent increase for builds that want to use it, most notably things like Ultimate Skills and Bone Spirit, and some versions of Golem builds want to use this as well. We then got some minor buffs, one to Debilitating Darkness. This is a utility aspect that you'd be using for Desecrated Ground. Desecrated Ground was already going to be in the running for one of our better builds, so this is a nice little bump to it. Necrotic Carapace now is going to grant you damage reduction as well as fortifying you whenever your corpses are formed from your skills or minions. So again, that's just a nice little thing you could toss onto your boots if you had additional room. Shielding Bones, a thing we used on some builds, now just offers more resistance. Embalmer heals you more. That's nothing, y'all. And then the 2 uniques that they buffed. And remember, every single unique on the Warlock was either changed, buff, or just like quadrupled in power. Ebon Piercer is slightly stronger, and Unmaker is slightly stronger. That's the end of the Necromancer changes. So the core takeaways here is that a core stat increase does just mean that we are doing more damage for free. There's nothing really to do about that. Azure Wrath being nerfed into the ground means that all of our cold freeze builds are just like dead. So like, what's the point? I like, this one pisses me off. Like, what's the point of them? The Necromancer just keeps getting screwed over again and again and again and again and again by other classes existing and just being stronger than us. So that's pretty cool. Desecrated Bloodwave. So, you know, Shadow Surfer, the build I made a gajillion years ago at this point, might absolutely be a thing back here again. And I'm going to test Unmaker, and it's not going to be good. Our best builds are probably going to be mages, most notably the Singularity mages. This might be Shadow, this might be Bone, it's hard to say. Bloodwave, and then Minion Zoo in general. With other builds like Bone Spirit, Astral Bone Spirit, or Desecrated Ground Bone Spirit, any one of the ones that you wanted to run there, I do think that Sever, Blight, Bloodlance, Blood Surge, any basic skill ever, Army of the Dead, Bone Storm, but as a damage skill. All of these are still just fine. Our core skills are viable. They all can do around pit tier 120, maybe a little bit higher than that. And I'm not angry about this. I do want to take this opportunity though, because we were having a conversation earlier, and I think it's a little bit difficult unless I show you it in game. We're going to use the current tower leaderboards. Now, this is not a perfect representation of like the total potential of the strongest versions of builds, but people are populating this more and more. A current barbarian build can clear pit tier 147. The highest clear right now on the Necromancer is the barbarian build can currently clear tower 147. The Necromancer on its strongest build currently is clearing tier 130. Now, that being said, going back and looking at some of the higher potential clears that we have seen across the board, we had a Barbarian clearing a 150 in 9 minutes and 17. Now, looking back at some historical clears, we had a Barbarian clearing 150 in 9 minutes and 16 seconds. We had a Necromancer clearing 138 in 9 minutes and 47 seconds. Now, if you happen to know that there was a different clear at some point, I promise you this is just a minor thing that I wanted to point out here. But if you did not know, each tier higher that you need, for each tier higher to be able to run it at the same time, and since these times are fairly similar, we're not going to worry about it, you need to be able to do 32% more damage than you did previously. This is a 1.32 multi. You may imagine putting like an aspect onto your amulet and getting about a 30% increase. You would need to add just another aspect to your amulet for all intents and purposes. So the question becomes, how much stronger does a build need to be to go from pit tier 138 to pit tier 150, where 138 is already way too high in my opinion, but what is the difference there? Well, it's a 1.32 raised to the power of 12. You would need to be doing nearly 28 times the total amount of damage that you're current, 28 times. So doubling your damage and then doubling your damage again, and then doubling damage again, and then nearly doubling your damage again after that point. So to go from 2 to 4 to 8 to 16 to nearly 32 times, a little bit less. If I told you right now that a Necromancer was never going to double their damage this many times to be able to do that, that would be pretty obvious, right? You just can't keep fitting that much damage onto your character. The interesting part here, and I noticed that there were a lot of nerfs for the Barbarian. I'm not going to touch on whether or not the Barbarian's in a good spot. I don't play the class. From the people who I trust who have looked at it, it seems like they're going to be fine. But if the Barbarian were to be doing 1/10 of their current damage, doing 10% of their current damage, being literally decimated, they are still doing 3 times the amount of damage that that same Necromancer is doing. So when I see this as the total list of Necromancer changes, and again, there are some bug fixes down later on where like the Undercrown now gives you the proper amount of minions, it says to me that there is a difference in expectation from our experience of the class and where the developers have the Necromancer in their mind. And I don't know how to bridge that gap. when I tried to assume, because very few people have actually run any of these builds or tried to push on them, I put a lot of our underserved builds somewhere in the range of like 120 to 125. And even the difference between currently running a 137 and running a 120 is 17 of that same number. Wait, hold on. So even the difference between Blood Surge and Blood Wave right now, so it'd be 1.32 brought to the power of 17. But look at that. look at this. Look at this. How insane is that? Blood Wave right now is doing 113 times the damage of Blood Wave. Blood Wave right now is doing 113 times the damage of Blood Surge. There wasn't a single buff to blood builds across the board. There was even a slight nerf to Blood Wave. I don't know what's up with this. I don't know why our basic core skill, I don't know why our core skills and our basic skills are just completely forgotten. I don't know why there are things like Sanguivore, which like quintuples, which multiplies Armies of the Dead damage by like 13 times, and it's still not really a meta build. The Necro just needs to do more damage. Just straight up, the base skills need to do double or even 10x their damage. And even then, they would still be underperforming the weakest builds on other meta classes. I don't know who's supposed to see this. I do get to put in my feedback to the devs, but like something's off, guys. Like something is missing. Something here doesn't make sense. But that's what I got for you for the Necromancer. These will be our top builds. They're our current top builds. We might be able to do Shadow Surfer. What a bummer of a note to end on, huh? One last disclaimer. Even with that bummer, every single PTR, we see additional changes walking out of the PTR from what we saw walking in. I think that legitimately, if I can make a good enough Excel sheet showing the exact differences in expected power, there's a non-0% chance, along with the raised voices of everybody else in the Necro community, we can get some more love for the class. But if you were on the fence about the Warlock or already a Warlock enjoyer, have fun literally playing what I think will be the best class in the game, bar none, not even close, insanely powerful. Every build is a joy to play. Every unique is a toy to use. Absolutely bananas insane. And the seasonal stuff, which we haven't quite seen yet because it's going to be revealed at BlizzCon mostly, seems interesting. I want to know why we're getting clearly an auction house mailbox, and I sure hope it's an auction house. Let me know what you think down in the comments. If you're new here and you made it all this way, first off, you're an absolute lieutenant soldier. First off, you're an absolute gangster. Thank you so much for watching this long. Please go ahead and subscribe to the channel. I promise you don't want to miss out on more videos, especially if we start getting into the theory crafting for the PTR and then testing. PTR is going to be launching on August 4th. It's going to be running until August 11th. So I hope to see you there. Come check out the stream, both on Twitch and on YouTube every single day during the PTR and every day leading up to that as well. I'd love to have you. That's enough of me yapping though. Thank you so much for watching this video. I truly, truly hope that it helps, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Whew. Boys, that's a lot. Oh. Okay. What up, everybody? I've already done the patch note review. Yes, I did. Took us about 7 hours, but we got it done. Yeah. Fucking insane. And I'm like, no, I'm underselling some of these changes to Warlock. Oof. Oofa. Doofa. Doofity doo. Oofa. Doofa. Doofity doofa. I've got a oofa, oofa, doofa, oofa. Okay. All right. I've posted. I posted all the stuff I need to post. I need to go eat dinner. I need to go eat dinner, go love my girlfriend, hang out with my dog, edit this video, and put it out. So we're going to go ahead and raid somebody. I don't know who yet, but we're going to raid somebody. Oofa, loofah, doofity, doofa. I've got another loofah, boofa, doofa. Oh, Jim speedrunning? Hell yeah, brother. We'll go hang out with Jim. Jim's speedrunning with the boys. Little Diablo 2 action. Let's go ahead and raid over to Gymnasium. All right, y'all. As always, auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, sayonara, so long, ciao, kap, kun, krak, sawadee, gute Nacht, hasta mañana, buona notte. I'll see you all again. Fuck the bourgeoisie. Make sure to support the working class around you, the people in your community, the others facing all the same struggles that us. Even though we live different lives, have different ideologies, maybe we pray to different gods, and maybe we love different people. We're all people at the end of the day, and that's really important. There's no such thing as fucking left versus right. That's garbage that the media tries to force down our throats. That will stop being mad at the billionaires who are fucking taking everything from us. Never forget that. I love y'all very much. Bye-bye.
Looking for Anya right now.